Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this afternoon's licensing subcommittee meeting. For anyone watching on the live stream, our apologies for the slight delay to the beginning of proceedings today. We'll start with item 1 on the agenda, the election of a chair.
Thank you. Can I have nominations for a chair from members, please?
I'm happy to nominate Councillor Stewart-Brown.
Happy to second.
Looks like you're in a chair, Councillor.
Thank you both. So welcome everybody. I'm Councillor Stewart-Brown and I'll be chairing the subcommittee this afternoon. We'll do a little bit of housekeeping first and then we'll do some introductions. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble at the Queen Victoria statue in front of the civic offices. In order to comply with the Guildhall Trust's fire marshal regulations, anyone who signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building at the end of today's meeting. Please can everyone use the microphones and remember to switch them off when they've finished speaking. We'll now do introductions, so if we start with the panel first, to my right.
Thank you. I'm Councillor Magic of the Paulsgrove Ward and Vice Chairman of the Licensing Committee.
And to my left.
I'm Councillor Benedict Swan for Copner and Anchorage Park.
Thank you.
And if we start with Ben and then work our way around the room.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ben Attrell. I'm a solicitor employed by the Council, and I'll be advising the subcommittee whilst they make their decision this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Derek Stone, Principal Licensing Officer.
Richard Maidment from Regulatory Services, Portsmouth City Council, making representations on the grounds of public nuisance.
If you just want to take your finger off of the button when speaking, basically, and then
that
you
tends
press
to
it.
work.
That's all right. Then you press it against turn off. That's all right.
Okay, sorry. Too much time on a boat. My name's Ross Lucas Young. I live at Flat 3, 11 Clarendon Road, Southsea. I'm a local resident and would like to make a representation today. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Andy Cook. I'm a resident at 21 Clarendon Road. I'm also here to represent myself, but also a couple of my neighbours, Rob Miller and Stefan Gutu.
Richard Peckham, the co-owner of Sherlock's Bar.
Hello, I'm Debbie Moorhead. I also own Sherlock's Bar. I'm Sarah Barrett. I am resident at 21 Clarendon Road, and I'd like to make a representation as well today. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Anthony Froggatt. I'm a local resident. I live in Stanley Street, which is to the rear of Sherlock's Bar. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. So we're going to start off. I'm going to call on the licensing officer to present the report, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, members. So the purpose...
Sorry, apologies. Before we move on to that, are there any declarations of members' interests?
Nothing to declare.
No. Sorry. Licensing officer, thank you.
So the purpose of this hearing this afternoon is for the committee to consider an application for the variation of a premises licence pursuant to Section 35 of the Licensing Act 2003 for Sherlock's Bar, 17 Clarendon Road, Southsea, which has been submitted by the owner, Richard Peckham. The matter has been referred to the committee for determination following receipt of relevant representations, one from Richard Maidment, Principal Regulatory Services Officer, and 15 from local residents. There are also 6 support representations, all of which are in your committee bundle at Appendix C. The current authorisation authorises alcohol sales and opening hours as Sunday from 9 o'clock in the morning to 2300 hours, and Monday to Saturday from 8 o'clock in the morning to 2300 hours. The applicant wishes to increase the sale of alcohol until 1 o'clock in the morning on Fridays and Saturdays, and for the opening and closing hours to be increased to the same times. The applicant also seeks to include additional licensable activities to the licence, which is for live music, Friday 1900 to 2100 hours, and Sunday 1400 to 1600 hours. Recorded music Sunday from 12 until 2300 hours, Monday to Thursday 1700 until 2300 hours, Friday 1700 until 0100, and Saturday 12 until 0100. And there's also an application to include the late night refreshment on a Friday and Saturday from 11 o'clock in the evening to 1 o'clock in the morning. The applicant has detailed in the operating schedule the steps intended to support and promote the licensing objectives, which includes the restriction on persons drinking outside during these extended hours. These can be found in the redacted application form attached as Appendix A. The current premises licence is attached at Appendix B. The provisions relating to the variation of a premises licence are contained within Part 3 of the Licensing Act 2003 and associated statutory regulations. Public notice has been given by way of press notice, a premises notice, and local ward councillors have been notified of the application. There are no grounds, therefore, for the committee to reject the application for non-compliance with the prescribed advertising requirements. Members, if you're not familiar with the premises, Sherlock's Bar is located at the end of a small parade of shops, bars and eateries on either side of Clarendon Road, running east from Palmerston Road precinct. The statutory guidance states at paragraph 911, responsible authorities under the 2003 Act are automatically notified of all new applications. While all responsible authorities may make representations regarding applications for licences and full variation applications, it is the responsibility of each responsible authority to determine when they have appropriate grounds to do so. Each responsible authority will be an expert in their respective field, and in some cases it is likely that a particular responsible authority will be the licensing authority's main source of advice in relation to a particular licensing objectives. For example, the police have a key role in managing the nighttime economy and should have good working relationships with those operating in the area. The police should usually therefore be the licensing authority's main source of advice on matters relating to promotion of crime and disorder, and as you know, you have a responsible authority here today in the persons of Richard Maidment. Members, when determining the variation application, the committee must have regard to the promotion of the licensing objectives, which are the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, and the protection of children from harm. You should also have regard to the Licensing Act 2003, your adopted statement of licensing policy, judgments of the High Court, which your legal advisor can guide you on, should that be necessary, the current statutory guidance issued by the Home Secretary in accordance with Section 182 of the Act, the representations including supporting information presented by all parties, and the human rights of all the parties concerned to ensure both a fair and balanced hearing and to consider any public sector equality duty. Members, I don't propose to say much more other than to remind you of Chapter 11 in the guidance, and that is in relation to review proceedings. Paragraph 11.1, the proceedings set out in the Act for reviewing the premises represent a key protection for the community where problems associated with the licensing objectives occur after the grant or variation of a premises licence. At any stage following the grant of a premises licence, a responsible authority or any other person may ask the licensing authority to review the licence because of a matter arising at the premises in connection with any of the 4 licensing objectives. I don't think I need to say any more, as I've said, apart from a couple of observations which may assist you. Reference is made in the representation by Harry Humble, that's at page 43 on your bundle, that the premises already stay open later than their stated closing time of 2300. We have no evidence to support this, but we do have 5 occasions since 2021 where Sherlock's have made use of the temporary event notice to extend their hours to 1 o'clock in the morning. There have been no objections to any of the 10 applications that have been submitted, apart from one which was in December 2020, and this was rejected due to the coronavirus pandemic and the introduction of the coronavirus regulations. At page 45, members, Sarah Barrett, who's here today, makes mention of a small selection of recordings of music and noise from customers. They're just blank video recordings and sound, So I can see no direct evidence that these recordings were actually recordings taken of Sherlock Bar, and I'm sure the applicant may address you on that during the course of the proceedings. At page 49, there is reference to a fight at the premises. I have checked with the police, who have no record of such reported incident, and they have no incidents recorded against the premises at all. I do have information regarding other licensed premises in the immediate area, should you wish to consider those timings as part of your deliberations. And lastly, as you know, planning and licensing are to be dealt with separately. So if this application were to be approved today, the applicant would still have to obtain planning consent before he can take advantage of the variation. I don't have anything else to say unless you have any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. For the benefit of anyone present who isn't familiar with the acronym TENS, TENS are temporary events notices which any personal licence holder can apply for particular reasons. If anyone has any questions when it comes to that later on, I'm sure the licensing officer can explain them in more detail if required. What's going to happen now is, and for everyone making representations today, we'll go through the same process. That will be that members will have an opportunity to ask questions, then Environmental Health and the responsible authority will have the opportunity to ask questions, and then we will finish with questions from residents in that order for each person making representations today. So we're going to start off, members, do we have any questions for the licensing officer? Councillor Madwick.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. My only question... Wow, this is good. Don't know. The only question I've got at the moment, Mr. Stone, is literally, you probably preempted what I was going to ask, is there any precedent in the local area of any other licensed premises open until these times?
There's a lot of premises are open quite late, so what I've done, I've created a list of all the premises that are licensed in Clarendon Road with their times, and there's 9 in total. And then I've given some examples of others around the premises. So you've got one Moon and Shine down Granada Road, that's open to 3:30 in the morning. Drift Bar, that's open to 4. And then going down the other end, so you've got Paul's Bar, which is probably the last one in Osborne Road, closest to the residential area. And that's open till 3 in the morning, but I've got a whole list if you need to see that.
Yeah, I'd love to see that if possible. The secondary question I've got is just confirmation really. On the 5 temporary event notices that were issued for a later night licence, do we have any reason as an authority or licensing office to have any complaints in relation to those, or are they all complaint free essentially?
We as a licensing authority have had no complaints.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Swan, do you have any questions? No. Okay. I've got one question, if I may. Obviously, we've seen in the written and email representations made by many local residents some issues to do with noise. Just wondering, have the licensing department received any complaints from the public that match up with the comments made in the representations?
We've been aware that residents have made complaints to Environmental Health, but we've done nothing directly in relation to the premises.
Thank you very much. So next we'll move on to questions from Mr. Mavements. Do you have any questions for the licensing officer?
No, that's all clear, thank you.
And do any of the residents here today have any questions for the licensing officer? Just pop your hand up if you do. Yes, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just getting used to this system. It's interesting because I know that there have been lots of complaints over the last 18 months. I guess I wasn't aware that they had to go to the licensing authority, because I've sent complaints myself via Richard Maben and copied to Mr. Peckham over that 18-month period. So the fact that they didn't go to the licensing authority is just the point I want to make. There's still lots of complaints.
I would imagine those are probably complaints that have gone to Environmental Health, but would you like to comment on that, Derek?
That would be correct, yes, they would go to Environmental Health. What normally would happen if it got too extreme, the Environmental Health would then liaise with us, and we'd probably go down a review process at that time.
Yeah.
What do we mean by extreme? I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused there really, because from where I'm sitting, it is extreme.
Mr. Stone, can you clarify?
I think Richard Maben is probably the best person to comment on that, as he's the expert in that field as far as public nuisance and noise is concerned.
I think it would be if we got to the point of, excuse me, actually serving a noise abatement notice, then we would then inform the licensing committee, licensing office of this. And so far we haven't served a noise abatement notice, I can confirm that.
Mr. Cook, does that answer your question?
Chair, I think it might just help for me to just interject and just explain. I think the original question was about the fact that the complaints that are referenced by residents hadn't been initially channelled towards the licensing authority. They don't necessarily need to be. A complaint is a complaint, whether it's directed to the police or whether it's directed to environmental health, as in this particular case. There's no particular requirement for residents to complain direct to the licensing authority, and their complaint is no less valid because it's not been done so. Hope that clarifies things.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed. Do any other residents or indeed Mr. Cook have a follow-up question?
Yeah, sorry. I think I just wanted to make the point that of those 15, 16 letters that have come in from residents, you know, a lot of those letters are citing the same problems. I think the issue with raising a complaint is that actually people are it takes a lot of courage actually to put your hand up and stand up and say, you know, this is a problem. So I think I just wanted to make that point really.
Very valid point, thank you. Any other residents wish to make any questions to the licensing officer? I'll start with Miss Barrett, please.
I'd just like to call out, because I was surprised at the number of 9 on licensed premises, that they are not of the same ilk as Sherlock's Bar. Some of them, the fish and chip shop, for example, has clearly got a licence, so that's been counted. 91 Clarendon Road, I'm not quite sure even where that is, and some of them are off licences as well, which have been counted as licensed premises.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lucas Young.
Just the only point I'd make, looking at the list, there are no nearby premises opened past 2300 that are similar to where this particular bar is situated. This bar is situated in amongst a completely residential area. Now, you can discount most of Palmerston Road because there are no people living above the premises, and certainly the only other one is at the very far end of Osborne Road, and that's virtually by the Queen's Hotel, and there's very little residential directly in that area. So I don't think there's any similarities in the examples given. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for the licensing officer relating to the report that's been put before us today? I'm seeing none, in which case we will move on. We now call on the applicant to outline his case for the application, please. Mr. Peckham.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your time today. Am I allowed to do myself an introduction, if that's okay? If I may? Yeah. Where we are in 17 Clarendon Road, it's been many incarnations over the last 6 years, from a haberdashery, a chocolate lounge and 2 different cafe bars, all of which have failed. Debbie Moorhead and myself, both of whom were born and have lived all their lives in Portsmouth, opened Sherlock's Bar on the 4th of July 2020 as an independent, family-run, small, friendly bar whose target audience was the over 40s in the heart of Southsea, which is themed around the famous detective Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock's Bar is one of the very few in the city that is targeted an older generation, whereas a lot of the local establishments are very targeted at a younger crowd, who are focused on what's trendy and fashionable and the biggest social media trend. They have found this approach has enabled them to become a staple in Southsea's nightlife. Although the lockdown and COVID restrictions did cause setbacks at Sherlock's, it has continued to grow, and Sherlock's Bar has already provided a number of part-time jobs, which has proven invaluable during this difficult 2 years in the country and indeed our local economy. The target market is reflected in their workforce, with Sherlock's making it a priority to employ older staff members to create jobs for people that often lose out on part-time work opportunities due to young people in the job market being so common. The bar supports local businesses and charities to also help the local economy. On Tuesdays and Wednesdays throughout 2021 and most of 2022, Sherlock's was home to Spark Community Spaces Coffee Mornings, which ran to raise money for the charity to help it secure permanent premises. Richard and Becky, that's myself and Becky, the founder of Spark, went to school together and made contact again through business networking. When Richard learned that Becky was hoping to fundraise, he agreed to hand her the keys on the agreed days. Spark is now a thriving charity and brought in a positive amount of revenue thanks to the coffee mornings held at Sherlock's Bar. When lockdown restrictions meant that people could only drink if they were off eating a meal, Sherlock's Bar teamed up with the opposite eatery, Fisherman's Kitchen, to offer customers at both establishments fresh food to allow the business to stay open while offering them an extra service and supporting Fisherman's Kitchen. Sherlock's also supports local talent, hosting live music on a Sunday and sometimes on a Friday. It showcases some of the city's best music acts, such as Molly Scott, who recently appeared on The Voice. Sherlock's has a theme which dives into Portsmouth, passing arguably the biggest literary icon in the world, Sherlock Holmes, with roots in the city. Arthur Conan Doyle set up a medical practice in South Street, which allowed him time to rewrite the Sherlock's books. It's a lesser-known fact that Sherlock Holmes' history in Sherlock's Bar is hoping to publicise the fact in order to put Portsmouth on the map as a key role in this series of books. Since 2020, Sherlock's Bar have the accolade of being the only bar to be the finalist in the 2022 Portsmouth Excellence Awards and is now rated in top 10 for TripAdvisor and Google rankings for this area. The Portsmouth News and other local news outlets have recognised us many times with very positive writes-up in the local area. We actually only open currently from Thursday to Sunday and have no plans to open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
And yeah, there we go. Thank you very much indeed. Now going to ask if members have any questions for the applicant. Councillor Madrick.
Yeah, hello. Just like to get some clarity, really. So do you currently have a food offering while you're open, or is it just now back to being a bar, or?
Over the last 6 months, we have tried a food operation. It hasn't really been successful, so actually that stops on the 13th of November, and we will no longer offer any food options at the bar.
Perfect. Obviously, I've noticed on the application you've asked for a variation. This is a great microphone, isn't it? A variation for the live music only until 9 p.m. I'm assuming that means the intention is to go to like a DJ or a sound system after 9 p.m. until the 1 a.m.
Yeah, the music we play on a Sunday has just been from 2 till 4 every Sunday we play music, and the Friday's been a more recent thing. We literally start at 7 o'clock, go through to 9:30 maximum with live music. After that, the live music stops. The DJ console will then activate, the speakers face away from the door, and the music is kept acceptable level. I actually am the DJ myself, and thus I can control the music and the sounds from the DJ console. It also means I'm at the door all the time.
Wonderful. That answered my next question, actually, about who will be controlling the levels. So do you have any kind of sound protection or implementation things in place? Do you have any kind of soundproofing wall panels, any of the rubber across the door, anything like that, a decibel reader, anything at all at the moment in place?
Well, there is rubber around the door for certain. The speakers that were there up to about 6-7 months ago was a standalone speaker that was near the window. We've now had those replaced at a very big cost to us. They're now above the doors and the windows facing into the bar, so they do not project any music from where they are to the outside, not that you can hear. And our sound system is based around that, so really, yeah.
Amazing. Do you have a noise management policy in place at all?
In as much as I am at the door and I am able to control the sound of the noise throughout the whole evening, that is our policy. We will dictate, we'll try and keep the sound at a reasonable level. It obviously depends on the people in the bar. If you walk in there at 1 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon when there's 5 people in there, you'll find the music very, very, very quiet. If you walk in there at 9:30 on a Saturday, it might be a bit louder, just not loud enough that people can't talk to each other. I don't know if you've seen, but we actually did a video and sound monitoring for the premises, which I'm very happy to share with you if you haven't already seen it.
I've personally seen it, but I'm sure we'll view it if it's relevant shortly. Which leads me then to, would you be willing to implement a noise management policy and work along with our responsible authorities? Because they're really good tools to have, and it just basically outlines a guarantee for us as a licensing authority that you'll meet certain things. Say, for example, what happens if a resident complains? How do you log it? And things like that. So it's a very simple document. It's not kind of like an ironclad thing, but it's great for us to have as a local authority. So would you be willing to implement a noise management policy and work with our authorities?
We have always been very, very keen to work with the local authorities and the local residents to try and ensure we offer the right service. And if that means a noise management document, which I'm not aware of one now, but I'm more than happy to discuss it. I'm more than happy to go along with it. We are a small independent, but it's only me and Deb make decisions, so the answer will be yes.
And the final question I've got for now is it's quite a boring one, but it's in regards to the bottle bank situation or bottling. What's your current policy? Like, when do you put the bottles out? If we extend the licence to a later time, would you save the bottle into the morning, so on and so forth?
The bottles are stored in the bar. They get transferred to our back premises when they're full up, and they only get emptied into the bottle bin once a week, actually. I think it's on a Monday or Tuesday during the day. It's certainly not during evening time at all. We're too busy during evening time to do it anyway.
I said final question, sorry, Chair. Another thing I just thought is, do you have the sound system in the property? Because obviously bass and treble travels differently throughout walls and stuff like that. So do you have bass bins, or is it just top speakers with the bass incorporated?
It has speakers, it has a bass bin. The bass bin's turned down because I'm a bit too old to be into just heavy bass music.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Madrick. Councillor Swan, any questions? I've got a couple of questions relating to section M of the application. This is on large page 28, or I think page 16 of the small numbers on the application. This is the additional steps you've outlined for making sure that we're adherent to the policy areas and the licensing objectives. So under section B, this is the prevention of crime and disorder, you stated that in order to make sure things go according to plan, that there'll be someone stationed at the front door and that they will be a personal licence holder. That's fantastic. But will they have an SIA badge as well?
The personal licence holder will be myself or Debbie, my partner, obviously. We don't have an SIA badge. I have looked into these exams, and I know if one of us is required to hold a SIA badge as part of this, I am more than happy to take the exam and do so, if you want to.
And in the situation that, for example, you don't do that, would you be willing to look at having door supervisors instead?
Again, we are happy to work with the local authorities in relation to that. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you very much. Under section C, obviously you state music and sound to be kept to an acceptable level with the closing of the front door. Could you outline for me, in your opinion, what an acceptable level is?
Well, I have looked online as to what an acceptable decibel level is outside, and there isn't really a guidance. The decibel level is more down to the fact that I'm near the door myself. The people we have in the bar are usually over the age of 40, are particularly into loud disco music, so the level is kept by myself and Deb, if she's there as well. Deb will often look at me from the bar and say, that's too loud, and turn it down, which I will then do, but we don't have a set level. Although if you were to watch me DJ on a Friday and Saturday, you'll see it never goes above a certain level. That means you cannot talk to people next to you in the bar.
Thank you very much. And my final question on this section, in section E, the protection of children from harm, you specify no children to be allowed in the premises during the proposed extension hours. Could you outline when are children currently required to leave the premises?
In general, we don't have a lot of children walk for the bar, but if they do come in, they are asked to obviously be kept with their parents and not run around. I don't think we have an actual guidance in place, but it's normally by about 9 o'clock they would naturally leave anyway, and if not by 9 o'clock we do often ask them to leave, unless they ask for special permission. If it's a party, a family get together and children are there, then we will specifically, Deb and I will specifically go around and say to, can you please keep the children quiet and not run around the bar, but that's usually for certain events.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions for the applicant? Councillor Madrick.
Just one point of clarity. What's your current capacity, trading capacity at the moment?
Again, I don't believe there's a capacity limit in place. I've looked around, I'm not aware of it. All I can say is that once we get to 70, which is an acceptable level in the bar, people can walk around, still get about, still seat. We can seat 70. When we get to 70, I personally am at the door and I stop people from coming in.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Councillor Swan, last chance. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on to questions from the responsible authority for the applicants. Mr. Mabens.
I don't think I have any. I think you've asked all the questions really that I wanted to raise, to be honest. So, well done.
So we'll move on to questions from residents for the applicants. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. It was a really interesting discussion about the noise policy there, because I actually sent this document to Richard Peckham back in July, which is an appeal in terms of how we might manage the noise there. I didn't receive any reply or response to that message. So it's not fair to say that Mr. Peckham is willing to work with the local residents on this. We just get ignored. And I'd also like to ask a question really on Sherlock's social media. There's a video of, I think it's the Proclaimers, I Would Walk 10,000 Miles, that was published about 7 weeks ago. It clearly shows a bar full of people shouting and singing at the top of their voices. So it's not just the music that's being broadcast through the speakers. You've got kind of sing-along kind of music that's going on there, which is encouraging people to really sing and shout at the top of their voices. There's no control over that at all. So that's really just a couple of the points that I wanted to make with respect to that. Thank you.
So do you have a specific question for the applicant relating to your points?
Well, the question is really, if Mr. Peckham really is willing to work with the authorities and the local residents, why didn't I get a response to the message that I sent him with that document and a number of suggestions really about how we might work together to monitor the noise? So that was a question.
Thank you. Mr. Peckham, would you care to reply?
Yes, I'll be very happy to reply to that. I'm just going to find the relevant notes if I may, just for 1 second. I have one part and I'm just going to find the other part. Am I able to approach you and give you a written details of an email exchange which took place? Can I bring it to you, if that's right?
Sure. Do you want to pass it to Mr. Wattrill? He'll bring it up to us.
Sorry, I've got a couple of copies. Sorry.
No.
Okay. I'll read through it. By all means, stop me or go through some of it if you want to. But what this shows here is this is the email conversation that Andy Cook and I had a while back, reference to noise disturbance, which had a letter that was sent to us, which again I've got a copy of here, which I don't know if you've seen a copy of, from Richard, in fact from Denia Webb Slade, who I think is part of Richard Maisman's team, but Richard can perhaps correct me there if it's wrong. I sent you a letter here. Is this letter in our pack?
No, I don't believe it is.
Okay, 25th of July 2021. Dear Rich and Debbie, I'm writing on behalf of some of the residents of Clarendon Road to polite request that you control the noise level of the live music event you've been holding on Sunday afternoon and Thursday evenings. I understand the council have already written to respective matter reference the letter I've just given you, a copy letter I've given you. For the avoidance of doubt, the noise levels are excessive and can be clearly heard inside our houses when the windows closed. This means we cannot sleep on Thursday evenings or enjoy a peaceful weekend which is affecting our health and well-being. No other venues on Clarendon Road cause this level of disruption, and a simple solution would be to turn the volume down a notch and close the front door. I'm sure you want to have a good neighbourly relationship with the local community, so I hope you can reach a happy outcome without taking this matter further. To which I replied, "Good morning, Andy. Thank you for the email, and apologies, it's taken a couple of days to get back in touch. But Sunday we're open as a bar, and Mondays tend to be my day off to get over the weekend working. First of all, I actually absolutely believe that dialogue between my neighbours is very important, as not only are you my potential customers, but you are very important helping me have a sounding board for any of the business decisions and actions we take, good or bad, so I welcome this opportunity to converse with you. I've spoken to Portsmouth City Council reference to the letter a couple of weeks ago and spoke to Steve at the office there in length regards his complaint. I would like to take this opportunity to give you a bit of background and explain what we will be doing going forward. I think we open the doors, we open the bar, the licence terms were identical to what's in place. We didn't apply for any further licences. We got our PPS and PPPRs and PPR licences to play music. It says, since that time, bear in mind we have been closed for COVID reasons for 6 months of the 12 months we've been open. We have had artists performing on most Sunday afternoons between 2 o'clock and 4:30, and very occasional Sunday evenings between 7 p.m. and 9:15. I think that was just 6 occasions in total. We also play background music for our own speakers during open times, which is not loud and probably isn't heard outside of our building in Clarendon Road. I understand that music generates noise, of course, so I regularly stood outside of our bar and walked around the immediate area to gauge a feel for the strength of the music coming from our bar. The COVID pandemic has meant a number of very important issues for us, which include ensuring a natural airflow was going through our bar for the patrons, meaning the front door had to stay open to ensure this was the case. This was a legal requirement up to the 19th of July, and we adhered to that requirement. So as a result of this action, the door being open meant that any noise we generated went straight out the front entrance into Clarendon Road. This past Sunday was the first Sunday we were able to legally shut the door to the premises. We chose not to close the door because the bar is a much more comfortable environment for our customers. The door open, generating a very nice cool breeze, because of course it's summer. Plus also shows the party tray we are open for business. This Sunday we had a singing artist performing live at the bar from 2 o'clock to 4:15. During the first hour we had the door open and I took a couple of decibel readings outside the door, and then during the second hour I shut the door and took some more. The difference in readings was around 10 decibels with the door closed. So I kept the door closed for the rest of the duration of live music performance. So, going forward, this is what Sherlock's Bar is going to commit to do. We will keep the door closed and turn on the air conditioning to create a comfortable environment for our customers during our live music performances. We will ask our music acts to turn the sound down slightly when performing live. And I'm very confident, having taken my own decibel meter readings, that this will alleviate any noise you see outside the bar. I would welcome any feedback over the next few weeks from you and any of our neighbours during this period. To which Andy replied on the 29th of July, "Hi Richard, thanks for the email and apologies for the slightly delayed reply. It's been an incredibly busy week over here and we also welcome the opportunity for a constructive dialogue. I'm really grateful and pleased you agreed to close the door and control the volume on the occasions you play loud or live music. I'm sure the measure you intend to put in place will work, and when you close the door and adjust the volume on Sunday, the noise levels in Clarendon Road and therefore our homes fell off dramatically." And then I reply with, 11th of September, "Good afternoon, Andy. I trust you're well. Thank you for your feedback that you and your wife gave me last night at that bar in Southsea. I understand from our conversation you felt last night that noise was generated from the bar was excessive. As discussed, I take on board your comments and feelings as I want a good, cordial relationship with our neighbours. I live in Southsea myself, so as you know, we'll be most upset if there was matters upsetting my living in the area. As I mentioned below, we have taken steps to mitigate the noise from our bar, including turning the music down and shutting the door. By virtue of the fact that your last email below was dated 29th of July, and I've heard nothing since, I believe that these actions must have worked, which is great news. Last night you mentioned that noise levels were high again as our door was open onto the street outside. Last night we had our sound system playing with the speaker in a position facing away from the door and at a sound level that I thought was appropriate. Because of your comments last night, here is what we are going to do going forward. For all of our music events, we will keep the door closed. I will continue to take my own sound meter readings outside the bar to ensure the noise emitted is acceptable level. I've been taking sound levels for the last 8 weeks. With the door closed, it is certainly much quieter. I've spoken to some of the neighbours living opposite me who have not expressed any concerns up to now, but will keep that dialogue going. I always walk around the perimeter of the bar, checking the sound levels are acceptable outside, and I'll be moving the speaker to a better position away from the door, which in this case was above 2 brand new speakers above the door on the wall. I hope this continues to allay any concerns you may have. As I said before, I am very keen to keep a good relationship with my neighbours, so welcome any feedback now and going forward from you. There is always going to be bumps in the road when a business is situated so near to residential houses, but hopefully we can overcome these bumps and move forward with a happy solution. I think what that email exchange there shows that I have endeavoured and tried to be positive and have a response to Andy with regard to that. In regard to his last email, which was sent, I think, in July, I believe. I'm trying to find a copy of it, but he may have a copy himself.
I have.
Yeah. I actually did reply to Jason. Jason Elam, I believe it was, received the email from Andy. Jason sent it to me, and I said, Jason, I wasn't going to comment on this email at the moment because I had just made notice to licensing that I was going to look to extend my license, so I thought it would be inappropriate and unfair to comment on that before making a proper case what we want to do and also filling an application or receiving an application. So I didn't reply on purpose, but I did tell Jason Elam that I wouldn't be replying. If Jason Elam didn't tell him, I apologise for that, but I did make it very clear I wouldn't be replying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peckham. As we've received some new evidence in, I am very quickly, before we come back to the residents, just going to circle back to the members on the panel who have indicated to me they've got questions based on the new evidence that's just been introduced. So, Councillor Madgwick.
Thank you. Without sounding like an absolute geek, decibel readings is something I know a huge amount about, unfortunately. So I'm going to have a little bit of a grilling session here now, but hopefully you can answer them all for me. In relation, you stated in the evidence here that you've taken 8 weeks' worth of sound recordings. What kind of decibel levels were you getting on whatever device you were using internally and externally from the property for people to consider?
Personally, when I walked outside the premise, I went to the opposite side of the road and stood there, turned my phone onto a decibel meter reading. With the door closed, it was around about 70. With the door open, it went up to 85, 90. I was very conscious, of course, that as I was standing there, many cars and traffic went past that increased that above the 90 anyway. And like I said before, I'm more than happy to play the video and sound recordings I've made, but at a time that's convenient for you.
Perfect. If it pleases the chair, I could give you a bit of a brief breakdown on how decibels work so that those levels are relevant to what you're understanding.
I think probably we better hear that evidence from our environmental health officer,
yeah, we should
rather than
that's fine.
Evidence being introduced by the panel itself. So, sorry, Chair.
That's absolutely fine. So just to confirm, the decibel readings were done on an iPhone. They weren't done on like a Norsonic or a calibrated device. They're all just done on a phone of some description.
On an iPhone, yes.
That's perfect, and hopefully we'll hear from the responsible authorities whether we have any of our own. So there'll be no further questions for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Swan, anything additional? Yep.
Can I ask, from both parties, Mr. Cook and yourself, are you both in agreement that this is a true representation of the email conversation?
No. So actually the second email that didn't get a response. So the conversation that Richard has just read out goes back to 2021. The conversation that I was referring to in terms of actually in relation to the noise policy was from this July 2022. So if it pleases the panel, I'd like to submit that into evidence as well.
Yes, by all means. Via the solicitor, if you wouldn't mind.
So I wrote to Richard on the 4th of July this year. So I'm writing to complain again about the noise disturbance from Sherlock's Bar in Southsea. Last night, Sunday the 3rd of July, the noise levels were intolerable, I can't say that word, until very late in the evening. This was primarily due to customers sitting outside the premises, drinking, shouting and talking loudly, and then at the end of the evening, what can only be described as a commotion when customers were leaving. I think the issue about the noise from inside Sherlock's Bar in terms of music is only part of the issue here. This involved large groups of loud drunk people who were arguing in the street, getting into cars and taxis, slamming doors, etc. I also witnessed a very drunk customer walking down the middle of the road, stopping traffic and attempting to attack a random vehicle. There seems to be little consideration given to the proximity of noise-sensitive dwellings, nor effort made to protect neighbours from customers creating unacceptable levels of noise. The happy hour, all-day drinking and singing culture created on Sundays builds up throughout the day until, inevitably, customers seem to lose control at the end of the evening. As I have said before, it's very unfair and inconsiderate to have this type of disturbance directly adjacent to a residential area, especially on a Sunday night, when most people are trying to rest and preparing for the working week ahead. I should stress we are not the only residents who find this unacceptable. I've spoken to many people who live in the proximity who feel the same about the noise created by the pavement drinking area and from departing customers. I've attached a guide on noise management from licensed premises and I've read this, and I'd like to make some suggestions of how things could be managed more sensitively to the needs of local residents and protect neighbours from unacceptable levels of noise. Consider closing the outside drinking area at 9 p.m. Ask customers to behave considerately when leaving the establishment. If music has been playing, consider reducing the volume and or playing slower, more mellow music as the evening draws to a close. This often quiets people down before they leave. Those 3 bullet points are taken directly from that guide. I'm sure you're aware of the licence holder's statutory duty to control noise, and I'd be grateful if you could consider these measures as part of your management plan to address these issues. I didn't get a response.
Mr. Peckham, would you like to respond to that, please?
Yes, indeed. I've actually found the email now, and that email was on the 4th, to which I replied. In fact, it was CC'd in was Richard Maymond, who at some stage this email made its way to Jason Elam. Jason Elam replied, good afternoon, Richard. As discussed, the licensing service has received a couple of reports regarding Sherlock's, and therefore, in order to allow you to respond to the points made in both reports, I have therefore sent you reports below. Please can I should read and respond back to either tomorrow so I can feedback in the complaints. To which I replied, hi Jason, thank you for the email. I'm not sure if you are aware, but Sherlock's Bar has just applied for an extension to our licensing hours, which is why this person is now writing his emails to the council. Because of this fact, I will not be responding to their comments at all until my appeals process, which I'm sure to have to endure when my application receives objections. I'm sure you will understand my reason regarding this. Regards, Richard Peckham. That's the reason I didn't write back directly. Can it be noted, I'd like it noted if you may, first of all that Andy's email to me was 10 months after his last email to me about noise, to which I said I'll be making adjustments, so 10 months later, and also appeared the day after, or a couple of days after, I had said to him that we were looking to extend our licence and we put an application in.
Members, can I come in here and just see if I can help a little bit? Jason Elam is one of our enforcement officers in licensing, and he was dealing specifically in relation to the complaint about people externally, so for want of a better word, the pavement area, the people in the pavement area, which had crept onto the pavement itself. So outside of Sherlock's, they've got a private strip of land, and we can't, we've got no jurisdiction over that. And the complaint that Jason was investigating, I believe, was about the fact that people had encroached onto the pavement, if that assists.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lucas Young, I know you've been waiting a while to ask a question of the applicant, so please.
There's 2 issues I'd raise. If Richard, with all due respect to him, knows of the problems in the area from local residents, and there seems to have been an awful lot of complaints. I find it rather odd that you would apply for an extension of opening hours on the backdrop of that information, and I would suggest to you that a good owner of a business, I do respect you're running a private business, as I have done for 40 odd years, and I do appreciate it's hard graft, but I suspect a lot of people are scratching their heads as to why you would have done that, knowing full well that there was already problems with the residents' feelings over noise. I would like just to ask you to address that.
The only actual complaints I received from the residents have been from Andy Cook and his partner, Sarah, regards that, which I believe I've answered. I'm not aware of any other specific complaints from other people. I haven't seen any emails or complaints from them. The only person complaining here is Andy Cook and Sarah Barrett.
Mr. Lucas Young?
Well, what I would say to you is I've been struggling with the problems from your premises, and you're not alone, in fairness. There's a property opposite where we live which is equally as bad. And it's the control, the sound, from my perspective, has less to do with live music and more to do with the resident, not the residents, but your clients and the clients of other drinking houses in the area. They allow them to spill onto the pavement, smoking and drinking. They go out for a cigarette break, but it results in them drinking wildly on the pavement.
Sorry,
and we
Mr.
suffer.
Could you bring this to the question of the applicant, please?
Sorry.
This is an opportunity to ask questions of the applicants in relation to their
Well, my only thing is, I would ask, you've not really answered, given you said you've only had one complaint from one individual, I suspect you've had a lot more than that, and if you're not aware of it, then you're probably not putting the feelers out correctly.
Okay. I would like to remind all residents that you will have an opportunity to make representations later in these proceedings. At the moment, we are just looking for questions to the applicant that relate to the application. You will be given the opportunity to speak your mind, but that comes after we ask the questions. So we're going to move on to any further questions from residents related to the applicant. Yes, Miss Barrett.
I'd just like to respond to the gap of a year between Mr Cook's two complaints throughout that.
Will this be asking a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask Mr Maidment, and actually Deborah Robson is not here, but in between all of that time, I was the one complaining directly to Richard Maidment, so I'd just like to ask him to sort of recognise that, and actually at the start of the warmer weather this year, all of the noise of the outside started up again, and I wrote to Richard Maidment and expressed my concerns about that, and I would just like him to sort of acknowledge that, if he would.
Mr Maidment, is that a fair representation?
Yes, it certainly is. I've got a record of all Miss Barrett's complaints, yeah.
Lovely, thank you very much. Are there any further questions from residents, members, or from Environmental Health relating to the application? Councillor Swan?
Can I just ask, Mr Peckham, you said you took several recordings of decibel readings. Did you keep a record of those?
Not all of them. I kept a general record of what we were doing to see how loud the things were. I have a number of decibel meters still on my phone. Probably aren't relevant because they've been off my phone. I'm not sure they're all dated. I can look, but I'm not sure they're dated. But I simply did it from my own point of view, seeing how loud music was outside and taking my own decibel meters. But I do have a video of that, which I'm more than happy to show later.
Thank you. Councillor Madrick?
I think, Chair, now might be an opportune point in the proceedings to play the video. I think we have it
they've been mentioned
available
several times, so I think you're right. It's a good opportunity to play those. Can we have those videos played, please? Yeah, while we're setting up, Councillor Madrick has a quick question.
Yep, just a point of clarity on page 28, again under the prevention of public nuisance section D, it says no drinking outside from 11 o'clock to 1 a.m. is what you're proposing. Just a point of clarity, will you be taking in the tables and chairs to try and alleviate that from happening?
Again, I'm happy to work with the local authority on that. I have perhaps a proposal going forward at the end, but yes, I'm happy to work with you.
Thank you.
Chair, whilst we have a moment, it probably is opportune for me just to mention the fact that we've obviously had quite a lot of documentation that's been handed in the last sort of exchange between the parties. There doesn't seem to have been any objection from any of the parties to anything that's been handed up, and indeed I think both sides have already seen the exchanging email correspondence that has been passed up. Ordinarily that evidence, written evidence, would be circulated to all the parties in advance of the hearing so that everybody has a proper opportunity to consider it and to formulate a proper reply. But as I say, neither of the parties have objected, and in fact they've both benefited from being able to hand up their respective documents. So I just make that clear, because ordinarily it wouldn't be accepted, but I think the way the meeting flowed, it made sense just to let that occur, and I don't think any of the parties have any objection.
Fantastic, thank you, Ben. Can I ask anyone present today, are there any other pieces of evidence that may or may not be brought into evidence later on during the hearing today? Mr. Cook.
Sorry, I've written a few notes here, which I've got a couple of pictures in there that I wanted to try and sort of put in front of the panel if I could. It's to do with the sort of geographical area of this area of Clarendon Road.
So perhaps what you can do is pass them to the applicants now and allow them to have a look at it whilst the video is being played, and if they have any objection to the subcommittee viewing them, then they can consider that during that time.
And Mr. Cook, for your benefit, we have received in our documents pack a map of the area that shows what's where in the vicinity of Sherlock's Bar already.
Thank you. Can I ask if you've also received a video that was taken sort of walking along outside Sherlock's Bar? Great.
Very quickly, Mr. Peckham, then we're going to move on to the video.
Obviously, since the time I've received all the references from all the people objecting, I've received a number of positive applications from parties around us. I brought them in obviously today. I wouldn't have had a chance to bring them for the 16th, so if you want a copy, I've prepared copies of those, which I'm happy to give to you now or at the end in defence of our application.
Same rule applies, I'm afraid. So if you want to just make reference to them in passing when you're perhaps summing up, or when you're you've already given your substantive evidence, but there's going to be no issue with that. But if you want to hand up physical evidence in terms of letters of support, that's not going to be acceptable, unfortunately, due to the way that the hearings regulations are drafted, without the agreement of all the parties, and that means all the parties, including environmental health and all the residents at the hearing. So the likelihood is you're probably going to hit some resistance there, but by all means, if you want to test the ground, feel free.
I'll use it in my summing up then, please. Thank you. Am I able to use it in my summing up? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stone, are we ready for the videos to be played?
You're going to need a sound, I'm afraid.
So what we're going to do next is a sound level check. We'll be going outside the front door and going around to a few neighbours' places here. Dave will then open the door and leave as if one of our...
Sorry, that is the second one, sorry. Okay. Customers are leaving. So Deb, could you open the door for me, please? In fact, Deb, actually, sorry, start the music first. See, outside the premises, we can hear the music. It's not particularly very loud, but right outside the premises. Crossing the road to the flats opposite. Decibel 65, I'm talking. Note the car going past. I'm now going to ask Deb to come outside the door. Car starting up. Bus going past. Okay, go back in, please. Over to the left. Car going past, got to 86 and 90. 86 again. 86 again. Go back in, please. Music is still playing, we cannot hear it.
Right, again. Should they communicate? It's not my fault.
They're coming out. Deb, I'm going to cross the road. Can you come in that door every 30 seconds, please? Thank you. Every 30 seconds from now. Meter readings. Get this light, there we are. Note the cars going past still make 80 decibels. No sound of music at all.
Chair, before we go on to the next video, would you mind if I just borrow the City Solicitor for a moment, just for a point of clarity away from the microphones in relation to a legal matter? Is that okay?
Yes, by all means.
Thank you.
Chair, just for clarity and total transparency, I was asked about personal knowledge and to what extent a member can properly utilise that, and I've explained that members ought not to introduce their own evidence into proceedings, but they're certainly entitled to use their own knowledge, whatever that form that may be, to ask pertinent questions, and I've suggested that that's how the member proceeds, by asking the environmental health question, representative questions as appropriate.
Thank you very much indeed. As we have a second video, I believe, to play now, Mr. Stone.
At Sherlock's Bar doing a sound test on the music from our bar. The first sound test is going to be Deb, is going to play on our system. In a second, this will do a meter reading in decibels, and I will then walk around the building outside to show if it's still being heard. So when I'm talking in the bar, it goes up to 80 or 90, as you can see. Deb, press play, please. As you can see, the decibels have gone down, and I can no longer hear the music with the back door open of our premises at all. I will go alongside our neighbour's garden. Still no sound at all of music. I will go along to another of our neighbours. Still no sound of music. This is alongside Stanley Street, the back entrance to Stanley Street. We'll go back in. Door is open, the window will be open. And I'll just start it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stone. What we're going to do now is have a final round of questions to the applicants in the same order that we normally call on them. So I'm going to call for any questions from members, followed by environmental health, followed by residents. And if we can try and keep these questions in relation to the videos that we've just seen, please. Members, any questions? Okay. Mr. Maidment, any questions in relation to the videos?
I don't have any questions. I'll refer to this more when I actually give my representation. Thank you.
And members of the public, any questions in relation to the videos? Mr. Lucas Young.
I've got one question. Are you aware, when holding a mobile phone in your hand, that it's omnidirectional? And what seems fairly obvious to me, your hand is covering the direction in which the sound is travelling. It's just an observation.
Mr. Peckham, would you like to respond to that?
My hand certainly wasn't doing that, and as you can hear from the sound volume, you could hear everything. When the door opened, you could hear the music, you could hear the traffic. There was no reason or opportunity for me to just put my hand over it. Not at all, no.
Mr. Lucas Young,
Sorry,
follow
can I
up?
just respond? I'm not suggesting you had your hand over it. Microphones on phones are omnidirectional. They only pick up direct sound within 25 centimetres of the microphone. And this is standard information you'll find on any Google search. So the fact you had your hand directly in front of the mic from the direction in which the sound is travelling pretty well discounts any of the readings. And I did notice on a couple of the readings, even in the room, it was tweaking at about 107 decibels at peak.
Mr. Young, I really do appreciate your point. Sorry for interrupting, Chair. But
point.
I think your points are very valid, but I think they should be asked of our environmental health officer, who's an expert in the field, and hopefully he could clarify some of your points, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll stand down on that one. Thank you.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you. So just to clarify, I mean, I've got a number of questions about those videos as well in terms of whether they're a fair test or not. So we'll be able to speak to Richard Bateman as to whether those represent a fair test?
Yes, Mr. Mayman will be presenting his case once we've summed up in the applicant's
Great.
section.
Thank you.
Any further questions to the applicant regarding the videos at all? No? In which case, Mr. Peckham, do you have any other comments you would like to make in support of your case?
I would also stress that you will get an opportunity to sum up at the very end of the hearing once everybody's had their say. So this isn't your final say, so to speak. It's just so once you've heard what everybody else has had to say, you will have the opportunity to respond at that time also.
Okay, I will do my summing up at the end, but only just one quick point on that video. We turned it up as loud as we could in the bar, and it wasn't necessarily representative of how the loud music is. I was trying to make a point that's wrote down, but that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to call on Mr. Mayment to present his representations from Environmental Health, please.
Sherlock's Bar is the last commercial premises at the end of a row of shops, offices and restaurants located at the very beginning of Clarendon Road. From this point onwards, Clarendon Road is entirely residential until you get down to Granada Road end. There's also a 4-storey residential block directly opposite the premises with windows directly overlooking the front facade and the entrance. So this suggests to me that this is a sensitive location in terms of potential public nuisance. The comparison with other licensed premises in the locality, I can only really identify one other premises in the immediate vicinity, the Agora restaurant that stays open till 0100 hours. And the rest are quite a fair distance away. I can confirm we have no complaints about the Agora restaurant at all. We've never had any. The other venues referred to, like Moon and Shine and Paul's Bar and Osborne Road, I can confirm that we do have problems with these premises, and there's ongoing investigations there. The comparison, we often hear this comparison of venues within Palmerston Road. All I would say is that Clarendon Road is not Palmerston Road. Palmerston Road, I think we can all recognise, is a nighttime economy area. There's nothing we can do in real terms now to do anything about that, but we can try and prevent it spreading into the immediate residential localities, which is, I think, what we need to be looking at here. Historically, the original authorised use of the premises was for a retail shop or office. In 1997, an application was put in for a change of use to A3 Cafe Restaurant, which was refused on the grounds of the fact that the proximity of the premises to residential properties the proposed use would likely give rise to undue disturbance to the detriment of the amenities of the existing and future occupiers of nearby dwellings. In March 2017, a change of use was granted to cafe restaurant, which is the current use. One of the conditions being that the restaurant stroke cafe hereby permitted shall be closed to and vacated of customers between 2300 and 0800 Sunday to Friday and 2300 to 0900 Saturday to Sunday. Reason, in the interest of protecting residential amenity from excessive noise and disturbance in accordance with policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan. This application would be a direct contradiction of the decision of the Planning Committee. The proposed variation would also appear to be potentially changing the use of the premises from a restaurant to a drinking establishment or possibly a nightclub. And this may even require further planning permission. Since 2021, we have received noise complaints regarding these premises, mainly due to loud music from the performances of live acts, karaokes, DJs, and also the boisterous behaviour of customers drinking outside the premises, including rowdy and excitable behaviour as they leave the premises at closing time. Strangely enough, the number of objections we have received from residents to the proposed variation substantially exceeds the number of complaints we usually receive. I believe this is probably due to the fact that although the current operation is possibly upsetting them, I think they are probably more tolerant as they know that the noise will end at 2300 hours currently. But this application will have the effect of extending the disturbance on to 0100 hours at weekends. And I think the number of objections reflects the strength of feeling in the locality. Having reviewed the applicant's video, what I would say is the measurement of sound is quite a skilled operation and requires specialist equipment. The use of a phone app, you're not going to get accurate readings. It's not a calibrated scientific instrument. For example, there you were getting measured levels of 90 to 100 decibels. That would be excruciating. You'd be wearing ear defenders. You know, you really would not. That would be really excessive nightclub levels you'd be kicking out. So I think we can really discount all the measured levels. I don't think they're of any use whatsoever. The only thing it does prove, I think, is that it is possible to play music in the venue without it disturbing the neighbourhood. So, what I would say was that there are a number of videos of performances by entertainers on the bar's Facebook page, which to me seem to be louder than the level of the music being played in the test video. Once again, it's difficult to tell because if you're to successfully replay audio, you need to have a reference tone. You know, like we said here, you've probably cranked it up as loud as you can so you can hear it, but how do you know that was representative of the level in the bar at the time? So you really need a reference level that you could set the volume at that would be representative, so you're hearing it exactly like you were hearing it in the bar. I don't think it really helps at all having these measured levels. The applicant has offered to close the doors and will not allow any outside drinking from 2300 to 0100 hours. However, this door will still be opened as people enter and leave the premises or go outside to smoke. The front facade of the venue is entirely glazed, offering little in the way of attenuation, especially low-frequency bass. And there is also no lobbied entrance, so there would every time the door opens, there would be bursts of music breaking out unattenuated every time. Despite this, no improvements to the sound insulation of the facade are proposed, and noise control will be totally reliant upon manual volume control of the music to keep it at an acceptable level, which needs to be decided what that is. In summary, I'd just like to say that the proposed variation is inappropriate for this location, which is at the periphery of the commercial area adjacent to a high concentration of residential dwellings. This is supported by the condition imposed by the Planning Permission to protect the amenity of residents from excessive noise and disturbance in accordance with council policy. We already receive complaints about loud music and rowdy behaviour of customers leaving the premises at closing time, which will now potentially be extended from 2300 hours to 0100 hours at weekends, and I anticipate there will be an increased number of complaints if the variation is allowed. No improvements to sound insulation proposed to contain music breaking out from the premises, and the only reassurance we have been given is that the music will be manually kept at an acceptable volume. The proposed mitigation measures may prevent customers drinking outside the premises after 2300 hours, but they will still be able to enter and leave the premises, and they will also be able to gather outside to smoke, which generally involves some element of disturbance for residents due to the excitable and rowdy behaviour. I feel that the premises are unsuitable for the proposed variation and recommend that the premises licence should reflect the timings originally granted by the Planning Permission, and I therefore respectfully request that the variation is denied.
Thank you for your representation, Mr Maidmans. We're going now back to the rounds of questions, so we'll start again with members. Are there any questions from members of the panel? Councillor Madrick.
Okay, so point of clarification first of all from the City Solicitor. Obviously the responsible authority here has brought up the plan permission mentioned. Now, I'm led to believe that as a licensing authority we are not to put any weight on plan and application. Is that correct or incorrect?
The licensing subcommittee is not to attach any weight to the current planning position. What the Environmental Health Officer is stating is that the current planning restrictions are indicative of the nature of the area and the reason, ostensibly the same reasoning applies to the current planning restrictions as to the formulation of his arguments today. The fact that a planning permission currently restricts the premises is not something that the subcommittee ought to be taking into consideration when it's considering the application today. The application must be determined on the licensing objectives only, not necessarily those material planning considerations that might bear on a planning application. So I think it's a really rather awkward situation. It's an unfortunate one. The planning authority is a responsible authority. It is consulted. It's able to make representations, but planning and the planning position is not something that the subcommittee ultimately can take into consideration when it makes its determination. So we have these two regulatory systems that are running parallel to each other, and having the benefit of one permission does not guarantee the other will be granted likewise. And as the licensing officer outlined when he introduced the report, it's clear that even if the licence were granted today, the applicant would still be required to go away and separately obtain the relevant planning permission in order to operate lawfully.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, so I'm going to play a bit of devil's advocate and do both sides of the question in here. So I'm glad you brought up in relation to how we were hearing it, because that was actually the question I asked the City Solicitor just behind. So in your professional opinion, what we heard today here isn't a true reflection of necessarily what we heard or what you would hear if you were stood in the property?
Yes, that's correct. There's no way we could tell what that level was. You need a reference tone to be able to, we'd have to sit here with a sound level meter, play a calibrated reference tone, set the volume, and then there would need to be a reference tone recorded, there would need to be a reference tone recorded simultaneously on the sound level meter. Okay, so then we'd replay that reference level, set the level in here, and then that would give us a good idea as to what the level was like at the time of recording.
Wonderful.
Does that make sense?
That's perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for our benefit. In relation to decibels, obviously you're a professional in this field. Could you give the committee some kind of reference, because we're talking about decibels a lot, and I think that's been mentioned a hell of a lot today, but is there any way, And I know that, obviously, and it'd be useful for all of us to hear, obviously I know it's subjective, I know it's based on the surroundings, I know bass travels through windows and when you open it up it's more treble, so on and so forth. But maybe you could explain decibels to the committee in a bit of a ambianced, nuanced favour, and what kind of would be defined as a normal acceptable level of decibels within a range.
This is quite a technical subject. I'll try and make this as simple as possible. The decibels is a logarithmic scale. So there's no set level of noise that you could say would be not a nuisance or a nuisance. I know it's unhelpful, but this is what we have to work with. What we would normally do is we would assess it on how much it rises above background. So we'd take a residual noise level, and then we'd compare it with the noise level of the music at the same time. Now, if you get a 10 decibel rise, that's a doubling of the subjective loudness, and 20 decibels, 4 times the subjective loudness. Okay, so when you double the pressure, you're getting a 6 dB rise. Basically, that's what's happening.
I think that's important. So what you're saying is that if, for example, something was at 40 decibels, if it was then went down to 30, it's actually half rather than just 25% off. So it works differently, sound in comparison to percentages, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Perfect. So moving on to some of the points you've made, you said that you've received many complaints, but could you define the word many? I mean, is many 4 or is many 40? How many are we talking?
There's been 3 individuals who have complained about the premises. There's a lot of calls and a lot of letters. I haven't counted them all, but this is the complaint.
So is that multiple complaints from 3 people? Or
yes.
3?
Yeah,
right, so it's just 3 people, but multiple complaints over a series of time?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. If there's... What's the date range of the complaints? When did they first come in and when was the most recent?
The first was in 2020. The latest we received was on the 5th of September. Yeah, 5th of... did I say 5th? No, 9th of September, sorry. 9th of September, this 2021. No, there's been more since then, sorry.
That's okay.
It's always paperwork. Yeah, 2nd of September.
Okay, perfect. So if as an authority we've received lots of complaints over, 2.5 years now, you're saying, why as a responsible authority have we not done any of our own sound recordings or not issued a noise abatement notice? If it's been such a problem, why have we not done anything about it until this deputation?
For some reason, we've had complainants haven't called us. They've either contacted us after the event, or haven't allowed us access to actually measure the noise from within their property. To establish statutory nuisance, we really need to get inside their property to establish the impact.
Okay, so bearing in mind we've got no current sound recordings of our own or any kind of noise abatement notice or nothing, are the responsible authority objecting today based on speculation of what could happen or based on any factual evidence?
My main problem is the increase in the hours. Like I said in my representation, I think at the moment people are tolerant up to 2300, but we're now talking about extending this on to 0100 hours, and I don't think this location is appropriate.
I think that's a good point. And Ben, maybe you could help me on this one. Sorry to bring you into it again, and I'm not sure, so you'll be able to tell me. Isn't it an act that governs the rules up until 11 o'clock, and then after 11 o'clock there's a law in place? Is that how it works in regards to... Oh, you might know, sir. Yeah.
Ben, yeah, shall I? Do you want to? Well, you've got 2 pieces of legislation. You've got statutory nuisance, and you've got what's called the night noise offence under the Noise Act 1996. Now, statutory nuisance refers to any noise, day or night, that interferes with someone's enjoyment of their property. That can be a nuisance, and we can serve a noise abatement notice. There's another piece of legislation, which I say is the Noise Act 1996, makes a certain level of measured noise after 2300 hours an offence, and we can serve a fixed penalty notice.
Thank you for the clarification. And the final thing from me for now, and it's just something you referenced to in relation to the recording where we saw the decibel meter readings. Obviously, we saw it go up to, as you stated, 90 decibels on the recording that we all witnessed on the iPhone. If it was truly 90 decibels, that would be incredibly dangerous. So is that why you're kind of telling us to not put weight on that, or what's your professional opinion?
Yes, you're into the action levels for noise at work regs. So you really should be wearing ear defenders. It'd be deafening. You get those sort of levels in major nightclubs on the dance floor. That's the kind of levels we'll be looking at. But it is, yeah, you are potentially damaging your hearing at those levels.
What levels do you usually, would you, as a professional, or as a council, what would you suggest if one of our workers was going out, one of our officers was going out, what would you say would be the legal decibel level before we had to start wearing ear protectors, before people should start wearing ear defenders?
It's 80 decibels.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Magic. Councillor Swan, any questions for Mr Mayman? Okay, I've got a couple of things for me. So, I appreciate planning may not be your area of expertise, but you brought it up, so I'm going to follow up on it. And the venue was granted an A3 licence for cafe/restaurant in 2017. Based on what you know of what's permissible under an A3 licence, and taking into consideration Mr Peckham's statement that they ceased any food service approximately 6 months ago, do you believe that the activities currently being undertaken at the premises fall under what's allowed under an A3 licence?
No, it's not. It falls under it's a drinking establishment, which is called sui generis, a Latin term. Don't ask me to say what that means.
I'm fairly certain the members are fairly familiar with sui generis because of wonderful housing applications. I may follow up with Mr Peckham on that shortly, if that's all right. Yeah, Councillor Madrick.
Sorry, Councillor Councillor Brown. God, it's long already. Ben, just to confirm, in regards to use classes, is it not correct that last year use classes were changed that between A1 and A3 or A1 and A5, or you might know, sir, that you can now combine them to use it for different classes?
Yes, the use class is now changed. The A use class is no longer in place. There used to be an A4 drinking establishment, which is now gone. Now it's a Class E. That covers restaurants, cafes, shops, offices, that kind of use, and drinking establishments and nightclubs have become sui generis.
So as it stands, there's actually no requirement to change the existing licence to cover the A3 licence is...
Sorry, the planning permission, yeah. Yes, there is, because it's got, at the moment, it's A3 restaurant cafe. It's now not serving food, so it's now a bar. So it's sui generis. So it would need a new planning permission. But then again, I'm not a planning officer. Let's just make that clear. So. And
also, just to interject, the planning position really isn't something the subcommittee is to be considering today in any event.
No problem. Thank you very much. A similar question to one that Councillor Madrick asked earlier. Obviously, we've seen in the application that the applicant will attempt to keep the noise to an acceptable level. What would you normally consider a bar to have as an acceptable level? We've heard 80 decibels is the maximum before hearing damage starts on. Obviously, some venues that I've been in the past have had decibel meters that go green, amber, red. What is an acceptable level?
It depends from venue to venue. I mean, it depends on how well they're insulated. I mean, whatever level they were using on that test might be okay by the looks of it. It seems to be able to contain that until the door was opened. You need to actually measure the internal noise level, really, to be honest. Generally, I mean, to get an actual for entertainment to be viable, it's going to have to be at least around about 75, because otherwise you won't be able to hear it above the clientele, you know, the people talking in the bar.
Okay, thank you. And one quick question, just following up on the issue of complaints. You mentioned, obviously, we haven't been able to take readings because people haven't let us into their properties. Have we actually followed up with the residents that made those complaints and made the request to enter the properties to take sound readings?
Yes, complainants are provided with contact details for the night noise service. We rely heavily on reactive visits rather than planned visits because there's only one officer on at night. And we rely on complainants to call us so that the officer can get there and take the measurements.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from members before we move on? Ben, did you want to jump in there? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just one question. I didn't want to interrupt members' flow of questioning. Just the one question. You mentioned that there are 3 individuals that have made complaints about the premises over the period from 2020 up to the 5th of September. How many households are we talking about? Are they, the 3 individuals, are they all from separate households or?
No, they're from 2 households.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we're now going to move on. Questions from the applicants to environmental health. Mr. Peckham, do you have any questions for Mr. Mabent?
Yes, I do, thank you, if I may. Just to clarify a couple of things, we actually asked the eating establishment on the 13th of November this year, so in a couple of weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, is when we are looking to stop doing our food. That may well be changed, but as things stand right now today, we are a bar and a restaurant as well. So as far as I can tell, we're not in breach of our allowances. If we then decide to rid ourselves of the kitchen or not do food, we will of course look for an application to change it. But until such decision is made by myself and Debbie, we won't be doing that right now. It's a serious consideration to stop doing food on the 13th. The demonstration of the sound was purely that as a demonstration. It was. You're right. The decibel levels, of course.
Sorry, this section is for you to ask questions of Mr. Mabent in relation to his representation. Do you have questions for Mr. Mabent specifically on the environmental health issues that he raised in his representations? Yeah, you'll be given an opportunity to sum up your case and make further points at the end. So any specific questions for Mr. Mabent? No. Okay, thank you. Do any members of the public here today have any questions for Mr. Mabent? Yes, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. So just to be clear, Richard, Mr. Mabent, sorry, I just wanted to ask you a question. So just to be clear, you're saying that you don't think those videos are a fair test. You mentioned the Facebook videos and the groups of people shouting and singing inside the bar. So I just wanted to make sure that you were saying that they're not a fair test.
Yes, I think I've made that clear that I don't think it's very helpful. Without knowing the actual reference level, it doesn't really tell us a lot.
And also the fact that there aren't any people in the bar either is also not representative, I take.
Yeah, because often the level will need to be increased because the more people you have in the bar, the more absorption you get. So the noise level can creep, the music level can tend to creep up if it's not controlled.
Okay, thank you. Just with respect to the licensing issue, I think one of the questions I've got is really about the nature of this sort of beer garden at the front of the bar, which is only sort of like about one paving slab wide. There's a picture actually in evidence that sort of shows that. So I think, you know, half the problem is about the use of that area up until 11 o'clock at night, and the noise and volume of large groups of people. So people are sort of spilling out from that area onto the pavement in large numbers and being very loud and raucous. So I guess the question I've got is whether the sort of existing licence is appropriate for the use. We've spoken about you know, Paul's Bar and the Greenwich down on Osborne Road. I understand, and the bars in Palmerston Road at South. I understand they have a pavement licence. which requires those areas to be sort of shut down at 9 o'clock. So I've got a question as to whether the existing licence is appropriate.
Would any of the officers present like to make a comment on that? Not just Mr. May, Mr. Stone. Yeah.
Yeah, I've already covered that. I thought the area immediately outside the frontage of the premises is private property, and we have no jurisdiction over that. If it was the highway, then we could, and our amenities licence says wherever you are in the city, at 9 o'clock at night, the furniture, street furniture, needs to be removed.
But that would only be street furniture for highways that we control, rather than... So essentially, the front door is set back a metre from the area that we control, and therefore where the seating area is private property, which we have no control over whatsoever.
Absolutely. It's down to the owners of the premises to manage it how they see fit.
I think I'm right in saying that the applicants have indicated that they are willing to remove their, or cease use of that area at 9 o'clock in the evening in any event. Is that correct? Is that what I've heard?
I'll be looking to cover up my summing up, yes.
Yeah, so if it helps, yeah, I have had a meeting with the applicant, and I think he's going to offer some compromise to you at some stage, if that helps.
So sorry, just a point of question there really. So that's not contained in any of the paperwork. So as far as I can see, the intention is to still continue to use that area up till 11 p.m. under this application at the moment.
Well, unless the applicant changes it and addresses you personally, that's how it stands at the moment, but we haven't heard from him yet.
Mr. Stone, can I quickly just ask a question? In terms of what the subcommittee are empowered to do, is it a simple case of grant or refuse, or are we allowed to suggest or indeed impose conditions, amendments based on deliberations and representations today?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the options. You can grant, you can refuse, or having listened to all the representations, you can add conditions which you think are appropriate.
So I'd like to sort of ask that question really to the panel, if we could consider that, because this is the only establishment in the whole of Southsea that allows people to sit outside till 11 o'clock.
I think it's fair to say that once we've heard the entire case, we'll retire to our deliberations and make an appropriate judgment based on all the evidence once we get to the end.
Thank you. Can I ask another question then? Sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult.
Only of Mr. Maidment.
Okay, so the question really, Mr. Maidment, is about enforcing that 1 metre sort of terrace, because that surely is part of the council's duty to make sure that the highway is clear.
I think we've just heard that it's not part of the highway where they have their tables and chairs. It's private property, so there's no obstruction of the highway by those tables and chairs. If the patrons spill out beyond that, then they are personally, privately, potentially creating an obstruction of the highway. But then so is any person that stops and stands on a pavement or in the roadway.
So I did submit a video that sort of showed tables and chairs on the highway. I don't know if that made it into to the.
It's not one that I've personally seen, so I'd be interested in seeing that one. Okay, while Mr. Stone sets up that video to be played, are there any other questions from residents for Mr. Maidment on environmental health issues? Okay, and just in case anything's come up in the meantime, any questions from members or from the applicant for Mr. Maidment? No? Okay, in which case we will just wait for the other video to be played. Mr. Cook.
Sorry, I think there's another photograph in evidence as well, which shows the front, a picture of the front of Sherlock's Bar. Yeah, if we could display that.
Page 98 of the bundle, Chair. It's the sort of second to last page of the bundle.
I think so. Yes. Yeah. I think I just wanted to sort of highlight that really, because that's a picture from Sherlock's social media, and actually the tables and chairs on the left-hand side there are actually positioned in front of someone's doorway. that's the entrance to number 17 Clarendon Road. So there are people who live in that property there that have complained and submitted into as part of they've written a submission as part of the evidence pack, and I guess it just demonstrates a sort of a lack of care and sympathy to the local residents in the area, really, because those people coming home have to fight their way past.
Is there a question from Mr. Maidment in there somewhere?
Richard, do you think it's reasonable that those tables and chairs are arranged over the front door of number 17?
I don't really think that's a question I should be answering, to be honest.
I don't think we can take this any further. I think the point's been made. We don't really need to skirt around fabricating some kind of question. The point's noted, and I'm sure the applicant will be addressing it in their summing up.
Thank you all very much. Mr. Stone, if you can play the video, please.
Just play that once more.
I was going to say, is it possible to see that once more, please?
So I think...
Sorry, does anyone who has the answer know exactly where the delineation between the private property and the public private is? Is it the area that appears to be a darker grey than the surrounding pavement? That's correct. Okay, so we can quite clearly see there are people seated as customers of the venue where their chairs have moved off of the private land. Would that be a fair representation?
Exactly that point. And that's a one-off, but it's not a one-off. That's a regular occurrence.
This is technically a little bit out of order, but Mr. Peckham, do you want to make a quick comment on that?
Technically a one-off, but not one-off. Well, I only have one video and I have one photograph. So, to be fair, you could stand outside a property all day, every day, and take photographs of people trying to sit outside of our premises on the pavement. What the video probably stopped in time for was either myself or Debbie asking those patrons to move the seats back to where they should be. You will notice an empty table to the left. The empty table, by the way, to the left does not cover the door, but the chairs have been moved from that table to put there. I imagine within 30 seconds after that video, either myself or Debbie would have come out and said, please, can you put those chairs back? That's a very random photograph or video.
Well, as has been mentioned, I think, by multiple officers, we're not able to deal with hypotheticals here, so we accept that this is one instance, and we don't know what happened afterwards, but we can't take instances that we can't see into account either, so we'll have to take this on face value as it is. Okay, unless there are any further questions for Mr. Maidment, one moment. Unless anyone has any objections, I'm going to call a 10-minute comfort break, as we have been going for 2 hours now. So feel free to have a toilet break. If we can suspend the live stream until we come back, please. If we can all be back in the chamber no later than restarting at 5:10, please. Thank you.
I think it's important to add that obviously if anybody bumps into us by any chance just outside, then please don't approach us from all parties and all people, because obviously we're not allowed to speak. Thanks. That's fine, of course.
Before we reconvene and go live, the next section on the agenda will be an opportunity for residents to present their cases. Can I just get an indication from members of the public present who is planning on speaking in this section? 1, 2. Okay, so what we'll do, if it was only 1 or 2, we might have taken you collectively, but we will come to you in turn. So I'll call on you individually. There'll be questions from members, from the applicant, and from environmental health, and then we'll do one at a time. Do you know if the gentleman that was sat next to you is coming back? He's gone, has he? Okay, lovely. If we can go back to the live stream then, please, Karen. Welcome back from the break, everybody. We're now going to be moving to the opportunity for members of the public to present their case. So I'll call on you in turn and we'll have questions. If we can start, please, with Miss Barrett. Please put your microphone on. Lovely, thank you.
Is that okay? Thanks for giving me the opportunity to come here today to underline some of the key points of my objection to this licence variation application. Firstly, I'd like to say how interesting it's been to see and read the many other objections from my neighbours, all 16 of whom complain about the same things as me. Things that are occurring right now within the existing opening hours of this bar, notably noise emanating from within and outside Sherlock's bar, and the unruly, unmanaged behaviour of its often inebriated customers, and the negative effects this has on our well-being, our health, and how it affects our rights to the peaceful enjoyment of our homes and surroundings. I don't know most of these people, and it's quite remarkable to see in black and white just how many households are already being affected by the disturbances generated by this establishment. These objections are from the 16 people who just happen to have seen the variation application notice and have had the courage to write in to object. Potentially even more people did not see the notice of application, so have no idea all this process and hearing is going on. To add to these 16, you could go on to count each and every member of a single household and those who haven't submitted their views because they are worried about doing so, which would further increase the overall number of those impacted by this bar and its activities. However, 16 is the number, as we know. I've also read the 5 letters professing support for this application, and it's notable that 4 of these are not from local residents. I note Mr. Stone mentioned earlier that there were 6. I didn't see 6, but that's why my notes here say 5. And the local resident is newly moved in as well. He's not a tenured resident. Back in spring 2021, I first logged a noise complaint about Sherlock's with the council. This is around the first time the bar truly opened, so for me, after COVID, there was a big gap, I believe. So for me, and probably others, this issue has been going on for around 18 months, and frankly, I'm absolutely drained and tired of it. I've had to resort to taking sleeping tablets and wearing uncomfortable earplugs to try and ensure I can actually fall asleep and stay asleep, neither of which is foolproof nor desirable. Even though my home is glazed with acoustic glass, I can still hear the noise of the music and deep bass that permeates the inadequate glass frontage, the customers sitting outside in the so-called and marketed as Sherlock's Sun Terrace, who are often drunk, loud and argumentative, as well as those coming and going from within. Every time the front door opens, bursts of noise and music escape into the noise as there is no lobby area to help contain this. In the warmer weather, I cannot sleep with my windows open, which in our hottest ever summer this year has been awful. I truly dread Thursdays coming around each week because I know what is in store from then until late into Sunday night. Using marketing and cheap drink promotions, the proprietors have actively created a nightclub atmosphere, which can be evidenced by the many customers dancing throughout the bar, as seen on Sherlock's own social media. Often pretty much the whole bar can be seen on its feet and dancing and singing at the top of their voices to either live or recorded music. And of course, we can hear this from the outside too. The sound reverberates and bounces around the tall buildings adjacent to the bar, as can be heard on the audio clips I've submitted to this hearing. Extending the licence to 1 a.m. will only serve to reinforce this nightclub vibe, and put extra pressure on our already stretched police force, who concentrate policing of late-night establishments in Palmerston South, where these types of venue largely reside, and all of whom seem to have a condition to clear customers from outside seating by 9 p.m. As it stands today, it is an incredibly rare event to see any police presence locally outside of Palmerston South, even when we have witnessed arguing and fighting in the street by Sherlock's customers. Mr. Peckham's own suggested provisions within his application of disallowing customers to sit outside on his terrace after 11 p.m. and having a senior manager marshalling the front door will not sufficiently manage the noise pollution from intoxicated customers entering and exiting the premises, or from smokers congregating on frequent visits outside, especially when even more alcohol is likely to have been consumed by drinkers. Nor will it help manage the noise of arriving and departing customers on foot or by taxi, noise which is likely to continue well past 1 a.m. I have no choice but to walk past Sherlock's frequently, as it's only two doors from my home, and I feel anxious and intimidated when doing so, especially by its customers who often expand from the very narrow sun terrace onto the pavement, causing obstruction to me and others passing by. I had thought that my home in Clarendon Road would be forever, but now this ongoing situation has made me wonder if I can carry on living in my beautiful home, and I see from the objections that others feel the same. The prospect that all of this might even continue even later on Friday and Saturday nights into the early hours of the morning is beyond my understanding of what is and what is not reasonable. I truly cannot see how this extension request should ever be deemed okay when so many of us are already negatively impacted and suffering. It would be beyond comprehension, and I respectfully ask that this application is denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Barrett. Are there any questions for Ms Barrett from members of the subcommittee? No? Any questions from the applicant? This is specifically questions relating to Ms Barrett's deputation today.
I will address Miss Barrett and Andy Cook's one together for me. Thank you.
Any questions from Mr Maidment today?
No, thank you, Chair.
In which case we'll move on to the next member of the public, which is Mr Cook, if you'd like to make your representation, please.
Chair, I probably ought to have interjected there just to say that if residents wanted to ask other residents questions, they are also entitled to do so. I may have missed that off of the procedure note that I drafted for you.
No worries. In which case, any questions for Ms Barrett from other residents here today?
Could I just ask, you raised something, because something that my wife said to me, you felt intimidated, have you, walking past the premises on a number of occasions?
Yeah, I do, especially when people are full of alcohol. It's not a nice environment. The pavement has been squeezed to, less than it should be. Mr Peckham and his partner are already aware as well that I have complained, and we've spoken about things in the past, so that in itself creates an intimidating environment for me to stroll past on my way to wherever I'm going. Mr Peckham spends a lot of time out on the pavement as well, obviously seeing what's going on in the locale and whether there's customers coming, and I found that intimidating on a daily basis. Yeah. Does that answer?
Yes, thank you. I think it just confirms my own findings in my own household. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from anyone for Ms Barrett? In which case, Mr Cook, your representation, please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and speak here. It's obviously a really important matter for us, but I guess my sort of statement, I wanted to make 3 points, much of which has been sort of talked about already today, but there are 3 sort of basic reasons why I'm objecting to this. One is the inappropriate location and the nature of the premises themselves. The second point is really about the management of the noise, and the third point is about the impact on people's lives. So I think, the panel have heard quite a lot of people talk about the high density of residential properties in very close proximity. I think just to sort of put that into kind of perspective, we're talking about the distance, or less than the distance, between where I'm sitting now and where you are sitting there. Those are people's living rooms and bedrooms in that block of flats opposite. It's our living room and bedroom 2 doors down. So, we're talking about literally 10 paces away. I paced it out the other day from one side of the road to the other. And the block of flats that is opposite Sherlock's Bar acts as a massive sound reflecting surface. So, they're it's an environment that channels sound. Sound reverberates around the local, the vicinity. And obviously that becomes more of an issue at night as the ambient noise levels reduce. So, the actual sort of physical positioning of this bar is it's fine as a chocolate shop. It's not fine as a nightclub type of loud music and bar. I think, as you heard from Richard Maidment, there's no lobby in this bar. So literally, the front door opens straight out onto the street. So every time that door is opened, noise, sound bursts out into the local environment. And as Richard has already said, the business that Sherlock's has been picking up. So that is a very frequent occurrence in terms of, it's one thing to sort of commit to closing the door, but you're not going to close it permanently. It's permanently being opened and closed throughout the day and evening. So there's this constant breaking out of sound. The glass at the front of Sherlock's is single glazed, so it offers very little in the way of sound protection. So sound passes through a single pane of glass very easily. And noise can still be heard inside neighbouring properties and with the windows closed. So, I'm lying in bed at night trying to get to sleep, listening to I Would Walk 10,000 Miles with people shouting at the top of their voices. The music and that sort of element is only part of the story, though, and the other sort of part is really about the people sitting outside. And I've shown you a video already about that sort of area, and we've had a discussion about it. It's inappropriate for the purpose that it's being used. It's too small to have as a beer garden. People don't stay within the grey tiles, and it's completely inappropriate use for that space. There's no security presence, and Richard, as he's already told us, he's inside playing the music. He's not outside managing the customers or the people outside on the street. And I think I would support Richard Maidment's report, really, as the principal regulatory services officer, not to support this application. And I think the other point that we've brought out today is about the lack of policing and the fact that the late night drinking in Southsea is limited to Palmerston Road South. So there isn't this. This is the only establishment that has people sitting outside on the pavement, drinking, playing loud music. There are, I'm not sitting here complaining about. I can't remember the name of it now. There's a Spanish restaurant and a Santiago. I haven't made any complaints about any of those establishments in the past. So I think there's a world of issues around the particular location and the nature of the premises that make this application unsupportable. I think secondly, there's a sort of a management issue here, and I've shown you the photos of blocking doorways, blocking pavements. That whole outside space is unmanaged. So in my mind, that represents persistent breaches of the existing terms of the licence. And there's a string of complaints going back to 2021. There's loud and prolonged shouting, singing and noise disturbance from inside the bar until late at night. No supervision of the outside space, with large groups drinking, shouting, swearing beyond 11 p.m. There's also the noise of customers departing, arguments, fights have happened, although they haven't been reported to the police. I've witnessed that myself, and taxis turning up, sort of sounding their horn. I think the point about the all-day drinking, so I think that was one of the pictures that's submitted. So, you know, the nature of this business is about getting people in at lunchtime, getting some live music, then selling them cheap drinks, keeping them there, and keeping them there all night. So the effect of that is that people are encouraged to stay there and drink all day. I mean, that's obviously what Richard wants. That's the nature of the business. But the result of that is antisocial behaviour, arguments. And I have seen personally, on two separate occasions, people urinating in the garden next to me at the dentist. That was one of the submissions from my neighbour, Stefan Gutu, who is also, the exit to his house comes out directly next to that beer garden piece at the front where there's large groups of people there. He's got a young family of, a toddler, and feels intimidated to walk outside his own front door because of the nature of the business that's going on out there. We've had a discussion about whether this should be a payment licence, and that whole sort of space should be shut at 9 o'clock, as everywhere else is in Osborne Road and Palmerston Road. But I think, the fact that I've taken the day off work here, I'm the Chief Exec Officer of a public organisation, I've had to take half a day off because there's a refusal, Richard seems to think it's just me that's complaining about this, but there's a refusal to accept accountability, and as I've said, complaints have been ignored or met with hostility, which was what happened the other night. So I think, what I'm saying is that the rules have been pushed to the limit and beyond the limit, as we are already, and I've absolutely no trust or confidence that won't continue to be the case if these hours are extended till 1 o'clock in the morning. And I think finally I just wanted to sort of finish by talking about the impact on the local people. And I think in one of the letters, there seems to be an attitude of, well, you've chosen to live next door to a bar. Well, we didn't choose to live next door to a bar. Richard started Sherlock's at the same time that we moved in, but a lot of the people here have been long-term residents. There's been 16 objections to this complaint from local residents, and to reinforce the point, many of those residents are elderly and have international backgrounds. So these are people who don't feel able to complain, don't want to stick their head above the parapet, don't have English as their first language, who don't want to complain. So this process has driven out the strength of feeling within the local community. Just reading through some of the comments where you've got people who can't use rooms in their own houses, they can't use their gardens. There's people complaining of sleep disturbance. I have to get up at 5 o'clock on a Monday morning. My neighbour has to get up at 5 o'clock on a Monday morning. We've got this going on till beyond 11 o'clock on a Sunday night. It's completely unreasonable. So people are stressed, they're worried, they're scared to go outside. One of the letters from an elderly person, incredibly, says that they feel like they're going to have to sell their house and move already. So this is already negatively impacting people's mental health and performance at work. There's huge existing problems, and a late licence would only compound the misery and be a disaster for the local community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Are there any questions for Mr. Cook from members of the subcommittee today? No? Okay, thank you. Any questions from the applicant?
There is, yes, thank you. As I said, I deal with the Andy and Sarah one together because they live in the same house, and their comments and complaints are very similar. The questions are, do you have, or indeed, where is the proof of the urinating in someone's garden? Where is the proof of in your own words, I've got glasses on to read all these, the rowdy, drunken behaviour the profanities from the customers, the arguments, the physical violence. Bear in mind, I've already been told that we don't have any complaints from the police and we have no noise abatement notice. Where are the threats of physical violence? Where is the proof that from every room in your house you can hear the music? I will go on to this one.
I think at this point, if you have further questions, feel free to ask them. But Mr. Cook, would you like to address the questions that have been asked so far?
Yeah, certainly.
And actually, as these are addressed to both yourself and Ms. Barrett, I'll give Ms. Barrett the opportunity to come in as well.
Thank you. So Ms. Barrett has submitted sound recordings of the sound, although apparently they're not, we could have taken those anywhere apparently, but they weren't taken anywhere. They were taken from our bedroom. And I'm, can absolutely vouch for that. I haven't got evidence of people urinating in gardens. You've got my statement that I've seen 2 people do that. My neighbour has also complained of that. So, it's collaborated by others. It's actually really difficult to get evidence of this kind of behaviour. I'm not in the habit of standing outside my door with a video camera. When I did go out there the other night, I was accosted by Richard, who verbally abused me with respect to. There were people out there with their own sound system shouting at 10 o'clock. When I attempted to film a video of that, Richard flew out of the bar and had a go at me. So it's actually really difficult to get that kind of evidence.
Councillor Madwick.
Just a point of clarification, because obviously, Ben, if possible, obviously a number of accusations of violence and threats and so on and so forth have been made. Am I correct in assuming that the licensing committee should take the fact that the police haven't made any representations as the fact that there isn't anything to wait on? So we can't put any weight on accusations, can we? We have to take the facts that the police haven't. Is that correct?
Obviously, if you've got witnesses that are giving you evidence here today, you can take that into consideration, but you are quite right to say that the police not having made representations is a material factor that you also need to take into account. They are the lead on crime and disorder issues, and them not having made a representation is in effect their support for the application, and you have to read it as such. Chair, I have one question of Mr. Cook, if you'll entertain it. Mr. Cook, you've mentioned having witnessed individuals on 2 occasions urinating in your next-door neighbour's garden. That's correct, isn't it? Could you confirm to the subcommittee as to whether or not you actually saw where they had come from?
Yes, they came from Sherlock's Bar. One individual came from the front, went into the garden, came out, pulling up his trousers, got into a taxi and drove away.
So on both occasions, you can definitely confirm, and these are separate incidents,
yes.
I presume, they were patrons of
2 separate
Sherlock's.
occasions, yes. I've seen that with my own eyes.
No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peckham, do you have any further questions for the applicant relating to his deputation?
Yes, you mentioned there that you were told by your neighbour about urinating and you was in your front room. Your front room is set back from the road and the bar. I can't see how, or that is the last question, how did you see the patrons leaving my bar, walk in to the next door neighbour, set back from your front room window? How is that possible, please? Thank you.
Yeah, there are actually 3 separate occasions here. So I've seen independently this happen twice, and I was outside in the street. So I was observing this activity myself, not from inside my house, from actually outside my house. I don't have the information about my neighbour's complaint. It's in his letter, so I can't vouch for that. But that's a separate incident of this.
Mr. Peckham, any further questions?
Bearing in mind you've taken a number of videos and what you believe to be sound records of our bar, during this time that you were passing the bar and witnessing someone pull down their trousers and do whatever to someone's garden, I presume you didn't record that on your phone and have it as evidence today?
Thank you. Ms Barrett, do you want to address any of the questions that have been asked of the deputations so far?
Yeah, it's just responding to Richard's first question, really. We did call the night noise team. We looked up the phone number for it, and we let Richard Maidment know the phone number didn't render, so there was nothing there, so we couldn't use it on that particular occasion. On another occasion, Andy did call them, and there was no answer, and he left a message. So we have called them. And albeit, you know, it's in the moment sometimes, you're woken up, roused from sleep, you're not quite with it, you're wondering what's going on, looking out, you know, and it's kind of, these things usually blow up, and sometimes they're prolonged and sometimes they're not. And so, you know, that's generally how it is when it's later on, because you're usually kind of been asleep. The sound videos that I made, which can't be used as part of this process, were used as part of my complaint, you know, from over a year ago. So that's an interesting thing in itself. I didn't have videos; they were audio recordings. Yeah, and the other aspect is, I don't think any of us here today, making our own representations, or anyone that's spent time thinking about and writing a comprehensive objection to this variation would do it if it wasn't real. The fact that we haven't always been able to capture evidence, I think, is immaterial. Who would do this? I just can't think why any of us would spend the time that we have spending on this. And actually, for us, it's 18 months, spending time creating calendars, logs, recordings, sending, getting feedback, you know, and it all starting up again, especially when sort of the warm weather starts. So, you know, I would not be wasting my time here today, as I'm sure others wouldn't, if this wasn't a real thing for us.
Thank you very much. Mr Peckham, any further questions relating to the deputations?
Okay, again, Sarah's spoken, so I'd like to ask a question. Again, I've got to use word again, it's proof. You've alleged even more things there, and I've read through all these records, I've gone through many times, spent many hours myself having to write a report and taking time off work to write this report. I just can't see any proof, I'm sorry, I just can't see any proof. So do you have any more proof to present here?
I believe that question has been asked and answered.
Could I just come back on that? There
Yes,
are
of course.
many more recordings, as I said, but they haven't been... I did submit them as start of this process because I was informed that I should give the historic sequence of events. So I sent a selection of things from, you know, right back in spring 2021, but then I think they had been withdrawn from this whole process. So I have sent a lot of what I would regard as decent proof, enough for Mr Maidment to act on in the past, but it hasn't been included in this process.
Mr Maidment, can you confirm that you have received these recordings?
Without going through all the records, I wouldn't like to say, but we've had a lot of correspondence from Miss Barrett, I will say. I'll have to see what we got here. Which, do you know what date this is?
Oh, there were many. There was quite a lot sort of that I would have sent on a Monday or maybe even a Saturday night, complaining that I couldn't have my windows open and giving you a recording of the singing as well on Sunday afternoons. There's quite a lot of recordings that I have sent.
All I can say is, Chair, that there is a lot of correspondence and complaints from Miss Barrett, and they are there. Yeah.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from the applicant for the residents and the deputations, any questions, Mr Maidment, for Mr Cook and Miss Barrett?
No, thank you.
Thank you. In which case, the final resident to make their deputation is Mr Lucas Young.
Thank you, Chair. There's not really a lot I'm going to add because I think it's already been said. I think what concerns me greatly is the applicant's attitude really to what's gone on. The fact, there's a couple of things you've said that I would take issue with, and that would be actually with the city solicitor, I'm afraid, you mentioned, you asked about how many complaints you'd had, and you said, oh, how many houses have they come from? Well, the last thing I knew, it didn't matter how many people, whether you're a husband and wife, you're entitled to independent decision making. And the fact that 2 complaints came from one house, I'm not really sure what the relevance was. Could you explain that to me before I proceed further?
I didn't indicate any relevance. I just merely asked the question so that the subcommittee would be fully appraised of the facts. Clearly, if 2 people are living in the same property, they're likely to be of the same opinion and be experiencing the same issues. It was just to establish how many households. That was the only motive behind my questioning. Nothing more, nothing less. There was no indication that any less weight ought to be attached to anything because the 2 individuals making representations lived at the same property. It was just merely so that the subcommittee was fully appraised of all the facts.
Thanks for the clarity on that one. Because the last thing I would want to believe that if 2 or 3 people complained from one house, it was as if one person had complained. We are all individuals, and my wife doesn't vote the same way that I do, and I don't vote the same way she does, so we're clear on that one. Just getting back to the point now about what's gone on here. A small bit of history about these buildings in Clarendon Road, these shops. They were attached to residential properties in 1910, for those of you that don't know, maybe some of you do. And all of them have covenants on them which actually preclude the use of the building for the purposes of a drinking establishment. I own one of them. Now, over the period of time, we're well aware from discussions that I've heard today from the licensing committee that you don't take reference to that, and that is fair enough, that's within your remit. But planning should do. And I think the thing is that when these covenants were put in place back in around 1910, at least some Victorians had half a brain in their head thinking the last thing they're going to want is bars running alongside residential properties. Now we've come forward 100 years, and here are the problems facing this committee today to make some sensible decisions. You can't close the bar, it's there. They've managed to get a change of use. How they manage that, I just don't know. But 1 or 2 of them, at least even under our flat, is trying the same games. I'm not going to raise that now because it's a totally separate issue. But this area needs to be managed. It's being poorly managed by planning. It's been let down by licensing. And the only sensible comments I've heard today is from your Environmental Health Department, who does recognise that this is a particular area affected late in the evening by sound. My issues, funny enough, with the applicant is not with live music being played in his premises, although I do hear it and it is a bit of a pain. You also made reference about the fact how many complaints that you received over a 2-year period. What on earth is the relevance of that? At the end of the day, I've been putting up with sound and noise problems from this establishment for 2 years. I've not complained because I've come to the conclusion that I live in an inner city area and I'm trying to live and let live. But trying to push licensing to open a property till 1 o'clock in the evening when it is housed around by hundreds of residential properties is the final straw, and I would suggest that's why you've had over 16 complaints already. And I suspect if you actually knocked doors, if somebody took the effort to go and knock a few doors, you'd get more than 16 complaints, let me tell you. Because I've spoken to several people who haven't complained, local to me, who equally said, I'm sick to death of the sound from that place down the end. So I'm not going to bend your ears anymore, other than I would say to you, you have a responsibility to look after the residents that voted you, not you specifically, with all due respect, but the councillors in place. You have a role to perform for your residents, and you need to affect it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas Young. Are there any questions from members for the residents here? Councillor Madrick.
Yeah, I've got a question and just a point of clarification. The reason that we ask things is and the reason they're relevant is because we're governed by a law and a standard practice. It's always beneficial for us, and this is why we've been here for 3 hours today, it's always beneficial for us to look at all the facts, whether relevant or not relevant, and then we will, once we retire, we then speak with our city solicitor and we decide what weight to put on things that we've discussed. So sometimes we'll bring up things which are not relevant and we will in turn not put any weight onto those questions, but I think it's always good for us to be thorough in our questioning. And then
George.
yes, thanks. So in that point, you stated, and I might be completely wrong, I might have misheard you, but I was kind of trying to clarify what your representation is about. Is in relation to the licensing objectives, as in, is it a public disturbance, noise? What is the main issue within your representation?
Well, my main representation is the sound problems that emanate from the building. They are predominantly from the street side of the building rather than in the building. We do hear the music, and providing it ends at 11 o'clock at night, I think I'm prepared to live with that. What I don't like is the fact that he's allowed to have people sitting all over the public pavement. Nobody enforces it. The police aren't there. The management certainly aren't there. They don't enforce it, and consequently residents living in the area are suffering. You would not have had this level of complaint if this establishment was run well, and clearly it is not, and that is my complaint, if I could make it any clearer.
Councillor Swan, any questions for the resident? No, thank you. Mr Peckham, any questions relating to this deputation, please?
I know that Mr Foggett lives in Stanley Street. Now, Stanley Street is to the rear of our premises. Now, although you're not holding much credibility to our sound.
He does. He's the other one. He's gone. That one's gone.
I believe the resident from Stanley Street has already left the meeting today.
Okay, right. Sorry, I thought it was Mr Foggett, so he was just one of us vote down. Okay. Well, okay, hang on a second. Okay, I'm just, in that case, I'm just going to ask the same question which I asked for was, do you have any proof of this sound coming out of the building? Bearing in mind, there's obviously nothing to show that here.
No, I think I may have imagined it, probably.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr Maybent, Environmental Health, for the resident?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from other residents for Mr Lucas-Young? Yes, Mr Cook.
Yes, please, yeah. Thank you for that. That was really passionate plea. And I guess my question is really, in your discussions with other residents, why do you think they didn't submit, letters of complaint?
Sorry, Chair, I'm going to have to interject there. I don't think we can really start to ruminate as to how or why other residents have or may not have.
Well, the residents may have told him why they weren't prepared.
He's not in a position to comment on other residents' representations, I'm afraid, unfortunately.
Okay. If we could limit our questions to questions specifically about the representations that we've received today, that would be great. Thank you. So, any further questions? No. In which case, that brings us to the end of residents raising their cases. Councillor Madrick, I believe you wanted to ask a question of clarification.
Yeah, I've just got a few points to catch up on with the different authorities. Derek, if you don't mind, and I could be being blind here, my friend, on page 5, obviously it just states to us the applicant seeks to include additional licensable activities as follows: live music and recorded music. Are these all variations, or what are they currently licensed to? As in, what is the difference between their current licensing and what they're asking on this page 5?
The actual premises licence they have is in Part B. So they've got currently just the sale of alcohol and the opening hours.
But what about the live music? It says Friday 7 till 9 here and Sunday 2 till 4. Is that not currently a licensable activity?
It's not currently a licensable activity. The Live Music Act allows premises to play live music from 8 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock at night if there's less than 500 people, so we can't legislate against that.
That's fine. Thank you, Derek. The other question I've got for yourself, Derek, is do you have any knowledge about when the TENs were, the temporary event notices were, when they were and what times? Because I've noticed in the some of the representations, and obviously they're not here today, but obviously in the written representations they have specified on one of them that there was music at 2 or 3 in the morning, live music. So I just wanted to question when the TENs were and what times we granted them to.
I do, if you just bear with me 1 second.
Thank you.
Okay, so the latest they went to was 1 o'clock, and in date order, 31st of December 21, that went to 1 o'clock on New Year's Day. 22nd of July 22 went to midnight. The 31st of December 22, that went to 1 o'clock. The 9th of September 22 went to midnight. The 23rd of September went to midnight, and there's one pending that's been approved. And the one that I referred to that was refused, that was the 12th of December 20, but that was refused not because the police or environmental health are the only people that can actually object to a 10, as you know. It was because of the coronavirus regulations that came in and actually put a stop to virtually everything going on in licensed premises.
Thank you, Derek. And out of these ones that you've mentioned with these dates, did any of the bar responsible authorities object to these at all?
No.
Okay, so a question to the responsible authorities. Have you any idea why you didn't object to any of these temporary event notices yet till 1 a.m. in the morning, but yet you're here today objecting to this one? Because you would have had the chance, obviously, to object to the others.
Yes, the TENS process is, according to the DCMS guidance, is supposed to be a light touch approach. We accept that a licensed premises will have extensions at times. It's just a fact. And we don't tend to intervene unless we have usually served a noise abatement notice and we have, we have evidence of a potential problem from the premises.
Okay, but your opinion is that they are okay to have temporary event notices till 1 a.m, but it's not okay for them to have a licence till 1 a.m.
Yeah, temporary events will be occasional. So it's not going to be every week. So we do accept that there will be temporary events.
Just to clarify, it's been a while since I've been a personal licence holder, but is it still the law that you're allowed a maximum of 12 temporary event notices a year?
It's 15 now. It's gone up.
So, yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so we are about to move to the summing up stage. However, before we do, I want to offer anyone present the last opportunity to ask any questions, gain any pertinent information, anything that you think the committee might need to be aware of. Miss Barrett.
Can I just ask about that? Is it TENs, those things? Are general members of the public allowed to object to them? If we are, how do we get notice that they're happening? I didn't know about them.
No, members of the public are not able to object. It's only the police or environmental health that can object, but they can object on any of the licensing objective grounds.
A temporary event notice is something that personal licence holders are legally entitled to apply for, hence why there's no public objection to them.
Okay, I didn't really understand the last point, the last bit of what you said there. I didn't really understand the
So there are 4 licensing objectives, and they're the factors that the subcommittee have to focus their minds on when they make their determination today. They're set out in the report. And basically, ordinarily, you would expect the responsible authorities, say, for example, the police, to focus upon crime and disorder issues, environmental health to focus upon public nuisance issues. But if they're objecting to a temporary event notice, they can raise issues in regards to any of the 4 licensing objectives.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from members, from officers, members of the public or the applicant? If not, we will move to the summing up phase. Okay, I'd like to call on Mr Stone to sum up the case from the licensing team, please.
No, I don't think I need to say any more, members, other than just to remind you of the review process. You know, you have this power that if there are problems, should you grant this licence, that problems occur linked to the granting of that variation, then the premises can be called in for a review.
Thank you very much. Would any residents like to summarise your case?
I think I just wanted to sort of just make one final point here, really, and I think Richard is sort of presenting this as a sort of it's Sarah and I that are the only people here that are complaining or standing against that. I think we're the people who are badly affected by it, but who also aren't intimidated to complain. And I think the other 15 or so notices should have equal airtime, really. People have busy lives and haven't been able to attend, apart from Mr. Lucas. But this is not just a vendetta in any way, which I suspect that Richard will try and paint it as, because it's not that. There's no other complaints with other establishments in the road. And as I said, you know, there's 15, 16 other households who are complaining about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Maidman, would you like to summarise the case from Environmental Health, please?
I don't think I have anything to add, Chair. I'll only just be going over the same old ground, so no, thank you.
And last but by no means least, Mr Peckham, would you like to summarise your case, please?
Also, sorry, yes, and I'd like to take up a bit more of your time, very conscious of time, so I'll try and race through some of these if I may. Okay, there's a number of issues I want to cover. I'd like to start, if I may, with some comments, perhaps, just to summarise some of the things that Richard said, if I may. Or sorry, Mr Maidman, sorry. As you said there, we haven't received any police complaints. We haven't received any abatement notices, other than the letters that we've gone through today. I'm not aware of any other complaints. If I had received any more complaints, I would have acted on those complaints, but I haven't received any. Since 2017, when the building was given its original licence to 11 o'clock, I think this was brought up by Mr Stone. There's been a number of, so that's 5 years ago, but there's been a number of premises along the strip, so to speak, along our strip of shops and businesses that do have a licence till later. In fact, directly opposite us, right next door to residential, is Santiago's, that has a licence till 12. Agora Restaurant, 2 doors down from us, has a licence till 12. There's a brand new bar just opened, 2 doors down from us, has a licence till 12. There's a number of places on here, as you can see. I won't go for all of them, but I can add to that Deco, which is on Elm Grove, which is on a residential area, has a licence till 3. Marmion House, which was again at the end of a licence, at the end of a block of shops and right next to residential, had its licence increased recently as well. So what I'm trying to say there is that we actually are an anomaly in the street, that we don't have a licence till 12. There are several, as I said, open to 3, 1, 3. There's lots. We are perhaps different from that, and I'd ask that be reflected in the fact that the modern world says that you know, if that's been established, that some other businesses can open later, perhaps why can't we? I'd like to then go on to this is very difficult here, because something that Andy said there was that I tend to think some kind of vendetta, or they're making some kind of vendetta. I do want to give a bit of background, if I may, because a lot of what's been said is from Mr Cook and Sarah Barrett. When we opened our doors on July the 4th, 2020, this premises had spent 2 years as a cafe bar. It had a license during that time and was able to open to 11 o'clock. It was Chocolate Lounge. In fact, before that it was a haberdashery, but before that it became Chocolate Lounge, Nourish, and then Taste at 17. So we announced it was going to be called Sherlock's Bar in May of that year, so May 2020. Mr. Cook and Ms. Barrett moved into the premises 2 doors down from the bar a couple months after the 4th of July. We know this because they came into our bar a couple of times for a drink and told us about themselves as part of a general conversation with Debbie and I in actually quite a friendly manner. Having a late opening bar at 2017 Clarendon Road, 2 doors down from where they live, was not a surprise to them when they bought their home. From the 4th of July 2020, we ran our business as normal with regular live music, as we are allowed to, with a live music act on a Sunday afternoon, the occasional live music act on a Thursday, and regular recorded music from our speakers too, all stopping at 11 o'clock. Because of COVID restrictions back then, we often kept the door open to allow natural airflow in line with the government regulations and guidelines, and during the first 11 months of opening, we did not receive any complaints from neighbours at all. So on the 25th of June 2021, we received a letter from Environmental Health, which stated a complaint had been made with regards to raised voices and loud music, which a caller believes to be coming from your address. It was noted by us in the letter, the following remarks as well, is that please note that we are not accusing you of anything and currently only have the information given to us by the caller, which we accept may be exaggerated or mistaken. We've gone through the email exchange that Andy and I had, so you need to come out at all. We need to cover that again. What has become obvious over the last 2 years is, for whatever reason, Mr. Cook and Ms. Barrett have taken a dislike to even myself and Debbie or to our bar. I can't see the reason for it. I've always engaged in a very positive manner. Perhaps as stated from a letter I got from Sean Jones from next door that there's a bar in our road and some residents take offence to the bar in their road. Now, I need to raise these points because this is really important. I'd like to note that the following facts, which I've tried to provide evidence of, we have always been respectful of their concerns since our very first dialogue. If you read through the emails and correspondence here, I have never raised my voice or said something disparaging towards them at all. If you read the evidence there, the real evidence will show that I've always been respectful to both Andy and so with regard to this and the neighbours. I've never not shown that at all. We have demonstrated a willingness to change our actions to please the neighbours. We've shown that. We have tried to prove that our music is not loud outside the bar. We've been accused of foul language, fights, altercations, physical violence, but yet we've never been flagged up or visited by police as a problem bar. We've been accused of divisive and obstructive actions again, which are not true. I do feel that Deb and I have been, at the very least, slandered, a little bit harassed, and certainly, what's that word? Unduly bullied may be the wrong word, but it's a word I'm going to use during this process, and we're not very happy at all. We feel this is just a continued slur against our characters, and all we've tried to do is run a sensible over 40s bar, which, by the way, when it comes to not being run properly, I will bring you back to in 2020 in 2022 we were the only bar to be a finalist in the Portsmouth Excellence Awards. That is not something just given willy-nilly. They've looked into us, they found out about us. We're now rating top 10 on TripAdvisor within 2 years and on Google rankings as well. So I just cannot see where all these words and things and accusations towards have come from. I would like to say also that Richard Maven perhaps said as well, Mr. Maven, sorry, it is possible to play music and not be heard by neighbours, was one of the comments he made just a little bit earlier. I read that down. I would though, and again this is this is really important. I do understand that our neighbours have concern. We don't get 16 representations, 12 of which are new, 12 of which are new, 2 of which have perhaps repeated themselves. So I do understand there's a concern. I do understand that when we open our door, there's a bit of noise. I accept that, okay? I also accept that we are trying our best. So, this is the things I'd like to offer, having listened to the comments and having received the representations from everyone around this room after the 16th, of which before the 16th I was not aware of, by the way. So, although we've asked for a 1 a.m. licence, okay, we have had a number of events, 10s, that go on to 12. We've never had any complaints of at all. So we would be happy to settle for a midnight licence. Okay, we don't want to carry on potentially upset people, so we would settle for a midnight licence. We have, those pictures show we had some benches outside. We've always had, since the day we opened. They were from our garden, they're very nice. But I think getting past the benches perhaps made seating difficult. So we've taken those benches out of use. So now we've taken out of use, they're in the back of our garden. And we've gone and spent £1,500 on some brand new tables and chairs, which I have pictures if you want to see them. We spent tables and chairs, so that the tables are sat on our own land, and the chairs are behind them. And they are now in use now, today. So we put them in use a couple of weeks ago, and the benches are out of use. And we would obviously, again, bearing in mind the regulations around Palmerston Road, and bearing in mind the comments of people being on the highway, as I said, Deb and I always come out and move people off highway. As soon as it's seen, we get them moving. We always tell people to move away. But in light of that, we would be happy to have an agreed time to take those tables and chairs out of use. Now, I would request that perhaps you can agree a time, if only because our bars over 40s, people like to have a sit down, and in the summertime it's sunny on that paved area of 2 paving slabs deep till 10:30. So I would request that maybe we bring in earlier during the winter and perhaps later in the summer. But I'm happy to be led by you guys for that, for the committee, so to the chair to tell us that. We of course, and again I reiterate this, we have not been made aware of any other complaints from any of our neighbours. So I am very happy to give my mobile number to all of the residents living locally, so if they become aware of any noise or problems outside our bar, I would like them to call me. I would like to be told straight away, so that if we have a problem, so I can deal with that problem. There will always be a senior member of staff at the door. Now, where I stand at the door, I stand and play music, or I look after the music, let's say, but the vast majority of my time is spent at the door, greeting people as they leave, and saying goodbye to people as they go. We have a sign at the door that says, please leave quietly to not disturb our neighbours. And if ever there's any kind of a number of people outside, whether they be drinking or smoking or just waiting to come in, I will open the door and I will greet them and say, hi guys, you can either keep your nose down or do you want some seats and come in. The point is, I am there to make sure that the door is looked after properly all of the time. I do recognise that sometimes the sound levels of the bar can get louder. Now, again, I come back to, we don't know what the meter reading is. There isn't a set reading outside that we have to adhere to. But I certainly always try and keep that music at acceptable level. Now, in some people's opinion, that might not always be the case, but I personally try and keep my bar at acceptable level. If Deb's at the other end, she will look at me and go up or down, and we turn it up or down as we see fit. And of course, after 11 o'clock, we are more than happy to agree that no drinks can be consumed outside our bar after 11 o'clock. I appreciate that when people go outside for perhaps a cigarette or a break or to get some air, it's very easy to stand there and drink your pint or drink your drink and carry on talking. Well, I I think that the amount of people going outside and spending time outside will decrease if I ask them at the door to bring their drinks in or leave them on the side, which you can do. And all the time there, I will endeavour to do that. We'll make a little notice as well by the door, no drinks outside. That'd be easy to manage, and we certainly will try to do that. You mentioned there about the SI exam. I have looked into it. I have details back at home. I've got emails if you want me to look in, if we know emails and show you emails. I've looked in the SI exam. The last time I looked into it about 8 months ago, there's a massive big queue to go onto it, and my next one available isn't for months away. But if as part of this process you would like for me to take the SI exam, I'm more than happy. We will agree a time. If you know how long it takes to get an SI exam, it's a long time. So I certainly can look to have an agreed time scale to go and do the SI exam, which again is several £100. It's not cheap to do, but we are happy to commit to that as part of our responsible actions for that bar and maintain a good relationship with our neighbours. One of the comments that came out was that about taking this hearing very seriously. Well, believe me, I've taken a day off work today, as has Debbie. This is very serious. This is our livelihood. We have certainly taken this very, very seriously. I was reading the hearing report earlier on, and I was drawn to a few pages, 6, 7, 8 and 9, on the statutory guidance advice sections. And I believe that what I've laid out here ensures our understanding and responsibilities towards this Act. So we already attend, or have a member of our staff or us attend the regular pub watch meetings hosted by the police and licensing team at around the corner. We offer positive proposals for the good of the area to mitigate risk or potential problems. We're often a direct contact to neighbours and enabling any problems we dealt with immediately. Although we cannot be held responsible for customers' action when they leave the premises, we can ensure they leave the premises safely, quietly and in a fit state to continue their onward journey. By having a senior member senior staff member at the door after 9 p.m, it allows us to spot potential problems and act on them accordingly. And I accept that any decision we make by you today can be reviewed, so we'll always endeavour to give my best efforts to adopt the policies laid out in my defence today. It also worth noting that the Chief of Police had no representation to make in relation to the application for Sherlock's Bar. I'll finish off by saying we are trying to run a professional business. This is our livelihood and our income. We have a 10-year lease for these premises, and we would not want to jeopardise this by actively trying to annoy our neighbours or licensing or Portsmouth City Council. We want to work with them because we have a wonderful opportunity to build up a thriving, successful business, employing local people into a family-run business and increasing the economic benefits and income to the city. Often, we will shut our doors at 11 p.m. with a bar full of happy patrons. These patrons sometimes want to stay for a little longer to enjoy the evening, but are forced to leave earlier when they perhaps want to. Perhaps onto a bar, onto a busy street with the potential of flashpoints apartments on the road. Whereas if they stay with Sherlock's Bar, even for that extra hour, they can enjoy the evening without such concerns for them, us, or others. Spare me 1 second. I would also, if I may, just like to raise a couple of very brief points from the letters given to us. Again, before the 16th of September, when the process of representative finished, I had no idea we had a problem. So I had to go and ask a number of my neighbours for letters, some of which were on holiday at the time. We perhaps were on holiday at the time. So I've managed to gain a number of letters, which I will not read out in full. You don't want to hear the whole lot. But I would like to mention a few people and their names, who they are. First of all, Kathleen Rogers, who lives directly opposite us in flat 3, Howard Lodge, Clarendon Road. I won't read the first bit. I was approached by Andy Kirk requesting my signature on a petition against the extension of licensing hours, which I did not agree with, as I have no problem with this proposal.
One second, point of order, Ben. Are we allowed to consider, this feels like a late representation to me, and I'm just alarmed that we're in dangerous territory if we listen to this and have to put any weight on it at all.
I think if the applicant wants to just make the point, then that's fine. If he wants to start submitting additional evidence in terms of written details, I think that in essence what you're trying to say is that representations have been generated by coercive actions. I think that's the point you're trying to make.
Okay.
I think that's as far as you can go.
Okay, that's fine.
If you want to say that there are a number of people that have agreed or have indicated that that's the case, then that also is probably just about acceptable. But
That's fine.
Much further than that, I think, frankly, we're starting to introduce new evidence that the parties haven't had an opportunity to respond to.
Can I be very genuine with him then?
If I could just remind you, this is a summation, not a representation. The chance to bring new evidence in was earlier in the meeting.
Okay. Well, in that case, a number of neighbours from Howard Lodge, right next door to us in Clarendon Road, are new neighbours at 17A Clarendon Road. Harry moved out. Have all got letters here of support for us and no concerns at all.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. How can we know these are legitimate?
We'll be applying a weight to them based on our deliberations afterwards. Obviously, we have to take all evidence submitted to us at face value.
And will this new evidence be submitted as part of your deliberations?
No, it will not. We will only be looking at the representations that were included in our document pack prior to the meeting.
So it's irrelevant, really, for Richard to carry on talking about them. Is that right?
I've asked Mr. Peckham to summarise his case.
That was a summary. There was three there for my local neighbours who have shown support. And the rest of them you've seen inside the appendix from a number of names who are neighbours and regular customers of ours who have shown great support for us as well. And I think I'm going to turn to Debbie if I may just 1 second. Okay. That'll be fine, thank you.
Members, can I just pick up on one small point, if I may? I know it's unusual. If I can draw your attention to page 36 of the bundle, that is the current premises licence that's in force. That's a fairly new licence, and you'll look at those conditions. They are pretty much standard conditions that would have been agreed with by the police in order for the licence to be issued in the first place. My only observation is we've heard mention of SIA, and you obviously are entitled to impose conditions, but they do have to be proportionate, and they can't be at the expense of the business if it's not proportionate. The danger is, obviously, if you were to say, and I'm sure our legal advisor will advise you on this, for the owner of the premises, he's either the owner of the premises or he's an SIA, he can't have a dual role. So I just want to make that point here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. That brings us to the end of the summations. The committee will now retire to deliberate and make a decision. This is likely to take at least half an hour. So I'd like to invite everyone else present to depart the chamber. Don't go too far, as we will call you back in once we have reached a decision. Thank you.
Same warning applies if you do happen to be in the building when members may be walking around to use the toilet or something. They're not going to speak to you during the break. They're not being rude. It's just not possible to discuss or even talk about anything completely unrelated. Thank you.
Okay, good evening everybody and welcome back. I'm going to read out the decision of the subcommittee in the matter of the Licensing Act 2003 application for variation of a premises licence for Sherlock's Bar, 17 Clarendon Road, Southsea, PO5 2ED. All parties will receive written confirmation of the decision and reasons. The subcommittee has considered very carefully the application for variation of a premises licence at Sherlock's Bar. It gave due regard to the Licensing Act 2003, the licensing objectives, statutory guidance and the adopted statement of licensing policy. The subcommittee considered the relevant representations, both written and given at the hearing by all parties. Human rights legislation and the public sector equality duty has been borne in mind while making the decision. Subcommittee noted that the application sought an extension in hours for the sale and supply of alcohol to add live music, recorded music, late night refreshment and an extension of opening hours at the premises. There had been representations from residents or other persons, a total of 20, with 15 objecting and 5 in support. Those objecting raised concerns broadly in relation to the licensing objectives of public nuisance and crime and disorder, with issue of concern relating to noise, particularly from live and recorded music later in the evenings, as well as use of the smoking area, antisocial behaviour, obstruction of the pavement, patrons urinating, litter, fighting and arguing in a residential area. A representation was received from Environmental Health, citing the prevention of public nuisance objective. It confirms that complaints have been received to the service and outlines concerns about the location and lack of attenuation measures, as well as the residential nature of the area. A representation from Planning has identified certain planning issues, not least existing conditions restricting timings. The applicant indicated an acceptance of midnight as a terminal hour rather than 0100 as applied for, and acceptable timings for use of the outside area at the subcommittee's discretion. After having heard all of the above evidence, the subcommittee determined to grant the proposed application in part. The sale/supply of alcohol shall cease at midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, other timings to remain as licensed. The provision of live and recorded music at the premises shall cease at 2300 hours on Fridays and Saturdays, and granted as otherwise applied for. To this extent, the application to extend is in effect refused, noting the impact of the Live Music Act 2012, which exempts such provision until 2300 hours during hours that the sale and supply of alcohol is permitted. Late night refreshment shall cease at midnight on Fridays and Saturdays. Use of the tables and chairs outside the front of the premises abutting the pavement shall cease at 2200 hours every day and be removed from the area. The applicant shall adopt a noise management plan to be agreed in writing by Environmental Health and the Licensing Authority prior to the commencement of licensable activities in accordance with the variation approval. Reasons. Sherlock's Bar is located at the end of a small parade of shops, bars and food-led premises on either side of Clarendon Road running east from Palmerston Road Precinct. 16 representations have been received against the application. 1 representation is from Regulatory Services, a responsible authority, and 15 from local residents, objecting to the extended hours due to noise and antisocial behaviour at the premises. 5 supporting representations have been received. The subcommittee listened very carefully to residents' concerns and has balanced those concerns against the interests of the business. In doing so, it has had to determine the extent of the impact that the proposed variation might have upon the licensing objectives of the prevention of public nuisance and crime and disorder in particular. The subcommittee has had to take account of the fact that no representation has been received from the police, and therefore the inference being that their expert professional position is that the proposal is not considered likely to undermine the crime and disorder licensing objective. The subcommittee was of the view that the premises is located in proximity to residential properties and is not suited to the provision of late-night live or recorded music. The frontage is single glazed, there is no entrance lobby or double door to ameliorate noise escape, and the structure of the building does not lend itself to such use. Whilst the subcommittee heard that steps had been taken, e.g. speakers facing inwards and away from the doors and windows at the premises, there was no formal noise management plan or significant or appropriate means of preventing noise escape. This is particularly the case when the door to the premises is open. Many of the concerns raised by residents related to the use of the outside space, and restricting this to 2200 was considered appropriate and proportionate in all the circumstances. Residents can be very much assured that there are powers to deal with premises if a licence leads to the licensing objectives being undermined. Not least is the power for residents or responsible authorities to bring review proceedings where steps can be taken to restrict the licence, impose conditions, or in extreme circumstances revoke the licence when evidence shows issues result from licensable activity. Action can also be taken separately by environmental health in relation to statutory noise nuisance if reported. Planning issues have not been taken into consideration, and the applicant is reminded that separate planning approval must be in place in addition to any licence. Other premises timings have been raised, but the subcommittee ultimately decided the application on its own merits. The requirement for SIA door staff was considered, but felt inappropriate and disproportionate for a venue of this size and given the financial impact. It is recommended that the applicant clarifies the capacity of the premises for fire safety purposes. Further, it is recommended that a formal policy in relation to children being permitted on the premises be adopted and implemented. For the avoidance of doubt, these are not conditions of the licence. There is a right of appeal for all parties to the Magistrates' Court, and formal notice of the decision will set out that right in full. Do you fully understand what I've read out?
Members, can I just pick up on one point, please? I do apologise. The condition you've put on there about the furniture being removed, I think that probably would be very difficult for the applicant, because obviously it would it would require them to take it through the actual building itself. I think the proposal was that it would be chained up at on their private part of their property at the front, rather than actually physically removed. So it'll be chained up so it can't be used, but it can stay outside until such time as the business is actually closed. Is that correct, Richard? I just raised a point because obviously if it's a condition, it needs to be the correct condition.
In which case, I'll just confer with members if they're happy for that to be amended.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. In which case, Ben, if you could issue an amended version of that, but obviously all else stands as read. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. That concludes today's proceedings, and apologies for the late hour. Thanks all very much.